Everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency. It is Thursday, March 14th. It's 11:30 a.m. Right now, we are missing Patrick Vaness. I feel pretty certain he'll appear, but so far he's not here. Just for the LPA to know, Don is going to need to step out at some point in time for he's just going to need to step out. And if you would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we contemplate the most important document of our community, give us wisdom to make the best decisions possible for the future of our town. Amen. 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 Okay, we'll start our meeting off with public comment. So Jim and Steve, are you both here to make comment? Steve, come on up. Nice to see you. Yes, get your friendly timer, Amy.
Got it. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't think I'll stretch it. I'm here as representing the Marine Environmental Resource Task Force Advisory Board, just to extend to the local planning agency an invitation to the Resilience Forum that we'll be hosting March 21st, Thursday, from 9 o'clock to 11 in these very chambers. We'll be hosting 4 academics with practical experience working here on Fort Myers Beach, actually, with local data. LiDAR data, vegetative data, things like that about, and the subject is resilience. So with all these SAM projects we have going on, is there actually an element of resilience that's being implemented? We're not sure, but the forum is going to be a panel forum, and it's all questions and answers. So the advantage to that, of course, is that if you did come, you can specifically have your questions addressed. So I think that format's going to really help local landowners, municipal leaders in the concepts of resilience, or like I like to say, is damage control for any future storms. So again, just an open invitation, and we hope to see some of you there.
Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate the invite. Mm-hmm. Mr. Inc.?
Good morning. For the record, James Inc. Engineering. And first question is this my one shot today, or is there comment afterwards?
There is not comment afterwards, but if you have something that you just can't bear not saying, and you're the only one here, perhaps we'll entertain another moment for you, but this is public comment.
Okay, because what I'm concerned with is I may raise something that the board is going to address and take care of, and it's not really an issue or not.
Let us know in advance.
Okay, but I'm here to speak on behalf of my client, Moss Marina, and other clients on the island. I also looked at this as a long-time decade being on the plan board and going through what you're going through right now, and looked at it from an island-wide kind of concept. So it's not just specific projects, it's the entire island-wide. And I noticed that we have changed pedestrian commercial proposed to mixed use with a significant rewrite, which concerns me with some of the comments that were made of we're not changing the comp plan. I understand, being the professional, that you have to go through a comp plan, you have to make edits due to statutes, due to language, due to other things that happen. So the fact that we're here doing this is perfectly normal. But we are making some changes, and it seems that some of the areas are enlarging in the proposed mixed use area that are other things, boulevards and even on some other mixed residential areas, it looks like are being proposed to change to that. So my specific question that I'd like to look at is the marina part of it. Is you have 3 marinas on the island. You have Fishtail, which is the largest by far, bigger than both Snookbite and Moss Marina. Fishtail is going to be, it's in pedestrian commercial, going to be a mixed use, and the other 2 stay in marina with some proposed additions which are interesting and potentially good. And the question to the board is, do we really need that future land use? Because
Do we need marina as a future land use?
marina is a future land use. It's designed to protect marina uses, and that's more traditionally, if you go into the county at San Carlos Island, that's more of a working waterfront. Recreational marina is kind of a hybrid. It's not industrial and it's not commercial. It's kind of both at the same time. So the question is, do those two need to be in pedestrian commercial also, which will be the proposed mixed use? The marina concept, the comments that are made with the FAR parts, like I said, we'll leave that for further down the road. I do like the fact that we got rid of the motel matrix and proposing to go to a FAR inside the building, whatever works, based on zoning and the other parts. The statement, love the statement on commercial intensity, that it's controlled by height and FAR. You still have the language of some types of allowances for things over 3 stories, but it's a pretty high bar you have to meet, which is good. With that, was my 3 minutes up? The only other thing, one last thing, policy 7G1 is staying in, which says the bridge is coming out, the bridge adequacy in 7GI, but you left a statement in that says we discourage 2 lanes coming onto the bridge, which is in definite conflict with FDOT's plan they're about to start construction on. The others, I'll see you at the next one.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Thanks.
Appreciate your comments. Okay. Sarah, Eddie, the show's all yours. So, LPA members, what I had planned to do, and Eddie, so, because I didn't tell you, I told Sarah last night, but what my idea is for us to go section by section. Eddie, you could point out changes or highlight issues that you may want still clarification from us on. If the LPA has any questions, we'll ask. If we have no questions, we'll consider that section good and we'll move on. Okay?
Sounds good. Oh, is this on?
It is.
All right, cool. But first, I also want to introduce Mario Duran. He's actually been working on this for a very long time behind the scenes along with me. I've just been doing a bit of presenting, but Mario's been on that with the project with me for a while now, and he's, as you know, I had a conflict in the later afternoon, so Mario is more than capable of taking over where I leave off. We flew him down for this.
Wonderful. Welcome, Mario.
I think, in speaking with Sarah, before we get into the elements, it might be good to kind of recap some of how we got to where we are right now. With because if you all recall, the version of the comp plan that you see now has been very heavily modified from the prior, I guess. I think this is probably version umpteenth at this point. When we first started the project a couple of years ago, I know it has been a while, we were given the directive by the Commission Council to really try to push the envelope, deal with certain issues, one of which was to see how we can deal with the traffic through the island. Second is kind of look at where our growth patterns are and how we can create a better balance, particularly with the all the Airbnbs that were on the island, and kind of really try to see how we can better preserve that old Florida quality of life on the island that makes Fort Myers Beach this place that the folks who live here really what drew you all here in the first place. As we progressed through the process, we were told that there are certain places where we were asked to take a look at densifying so that we could really force the density in those areas, and that way keep it away from the other areas, the single families, in order to preserve our neighborhood, which was the original intent. we were also asked to deal with the fact that we had such a restrictive code that, early on, you were like, you couldn't even there was a bank who was interested in bringing a branch in, and you had to go through like a whole series of hoops to even move that process along. So that's why we looked at what was more of a very expanded mixed-use node approach, particularly to spread the daily uses along the island instead of where we saw with north and south, and people were actually driving from one end of the island to the other just to do daily necessities, which contributes to the amount of traffic over time. The other thing that we were asked to look at was that we had provided initial recommendations to think about how we can really try to concentrate parking and capture the tourist population and very specific of the island so that they didn't intrude in the neighborhood further. We came back with a map that was much more expanded. It didn't have marina on it actually because what we were trying to do was also compress the amount of land use designations. You'll see also that it says wetlands right now, which is really unconventional compared to all your neighbors and most of the state, because in most parts of the state that's called conservation. We got a lot of pushback on that, so we've reverted back, at your request, back to wetlands, which isn't the way that we would normally recommend it, and it may still get pushback from the state when it goes to review, but we're okay with just quoting the question and letting them comment for you. You'll see also that based on the discussion that over time, the much higher density that you saw was scaled back to what we have now. Mm-hmm. That 1.4 that's been discussed, which actually isn't in the original code, but it's a small enough number that it kind of preserves what you have. We scaled back most of the district in terms of the size, with some requests from the LPA to expand one or two of them just a little bit more to make sense. And the biggest changes then is really also back to the transportation element. Originally we came back like, well, let's look at pedestrian bridges, let's look at transportation master plan, let's look at centralized parking in on the island. Through all the discussions, we're asked to scale it so far back that you'll see that there are some changes, but it's really more toward putting parking off the island in a deck or finding ways that we can do that. So we really come full circle and then maybe 2 or 3 circles on some of these to where we are right now on the plan. I'm trying to provide a brief overview of how we got to where we are right now. And certainly very happy that we are ready to move forward, just because I think that with all the potential investment for rebuilding that pending out there, having a good set of rules or having a specifically a clear set of rules allows the community to move forward a lot more easily moving forward with that, recapturing that investment and directing it properly. On the map that you see here, I do want to make a correction and a note. Where it says mixed residential, I apologize. It's to say medium residential. That's a Scrivener's error. We also took your question from last time about whether or not there, it impacts existing commercial property that are commercial. So Mario actually ended up doing a secondary analysis. So we found not that many properties, but some properties that are affected by this. And here's our recommendation. There's one property in the south and adjacent to, I believe, Santini Village, the node. We would just say, our recommendation is change the map, just include that as part of the node, since it's already commercial use anyway, it'll fit in the node. And then in the north, if I could point you to right here, that's where the other by the park at the very northern tip of the island. Mm-hmm. It's just right there. That's where they all concentrated.
The pink shell.
Right, exactly. So our recommendation there is you could either leave it and kind of let that phase out over time as something that's grandfathered in because it's very, very deep in the neighborhood. Or you can choose to make it the boulevard type and treat it as a transition from the public area back into the neighborhood. Either way, it's okay. But
I have a question too.
Yes.
On this, if you look at the north end of the island, Matanzas Court is the only yellow from the bridge down. Why is that so restricted?
That's a matter of previous policy. It doesn't have to be that restrictive, but it was with
think
following
by-
history there.
We have such commercial intrusion into that that it seems very restrictive to have that be the only area on the north end of the island that is a 30-day rental. And I
Right.
that's
I
to
think
be
that
considered.
And that's a part of the history of what we had considered because we actually had pushed a little further up there, and then we were asked to scale it back to where it was now. But the question had been considered before. There's no, I mean, I believe at the end of the day, it is a policy decision.
But have you talked to the people who live on that street, how they feel about that?
Hold on one second. You guys have all the.
I thought that we were mixed up, but we're okay now.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Oh,
I want
no.
everybody to be on the same page. It's
No worries.
Okay, go ahead.
I had not heard from them or had a chance to talk to them individually.
This is the way it's always been, right? You know, you've brought this up a couple of times
Yeah.
about Matanzas Court. I don't remember what it was about Matanzas Court.
Because there's duplexes in there, there's in-laws in there, and they back right up to the marina, and they back up to,
That's a beautiful neighborhood.
Are you saying mixed residential then is the weekly? Is that how it ties? You're saying low density is a 30-day rental? Is
Yeah.
that okay? So everything that's yellow on this map is 30-day rentals. Is that what
Right.
you're saying?
right.
Really? I didn't realize that.
Go ahead.
There might not be a perfect one-to-one.
Okay.
The 30-day rental is related to the
Policy.
zoning district.
Okay.
And there are some instances where the zoning district does not match up with the future land use district, but mostly that is correct.
And some are governed by HOAs too, right? I mean, like
Yes.
Fairview and
I do believe
Flamingo.
so. We
Yeah.
we don't implement those,
Okay,
but
yeah.
that would be the
Okay.
case, yeah.
All right. Part of now that we're talking about rentals, I do want to add back to the history as well. Part of what we were trying to look at was we had a pattern that we showed early on where it said, hey, your population might slightly decrease as projected, but the number of housing units increased. And then we compared that to Airbnb data. We're like, oh, that's why.
Yeah.
And so why did that happen? That happened because your hotels and motels were restricted in how much they could expand. And so there was artificial caps resulting from your land use code that created a lower supply versus demand on the amount of vacation units, while you all were still a very heavily desired destination for a lot of folks. And when that happens, you have lower demand. You have higher demand, lower supply. What happens? You can make more money off of the same remaining product supply. So it makes sense that when platforms like Airbnb came about, people could charge more. It's just a matter of economics 101.
Eddie, don't you agree that it's also a different vacationer?
It is,
Agreed.
but it isn't at the same time.
Yeah.
But if you already have a high premium for your hotel space, you can charge, and you have a different person who is, even a different vacationer, you can charge an even higher premium on top of that. And if that higher premium means that you can make that mortgage on that second piece of property that's more expensive, then that business model works for you. Now, if the premium wasn't as high to rent a space, then correspondingly the Airbnb may not have driven as high. In which case, hey, if you can't earn enough income on that rental property to pay the mortgage on that property, that business model doesn't work, doesn't become an Airbnb. So there is an economic and business correlation there, where by artificially inducing something to have a lower supply through regulation and driving up that price, you have a corresponding market increase in another subset of that market. And that's what I believe kind of of happened. As a professional, that's what I believe happened. And so part of the regulations you see is, okay, how do we rebalance that? We rebalance it by looking at how we could think about how when these hotels and motels are rebuilt, how they can be done a little bit differently, loosening it up so it doesn't, so that they have a more fighting chance, but not so far that they get out of control, because we still want it to be, a place where you live, right? So creating that balance and trying to create that balance, that's the key imperative objective here, and how we would recommend you can, move forward with your policies. And with that, that's one of the background. I think it may be time to, and of course, I forgot to follow up on it. I mentioned before that we had taken out marinas. You'll see that they are back on the map. That's the result of the many rounds of discussion that was had. But it was, we're happy to go either way. We just need a conclusion on that. And with that,
But Fishtail's still not a marina, right? I mean, it's not showing marina on the map.
It
Showing mixed use.
Showing mixed use.
Mixed use.
yeah.
It should
You know,
have a
it's
marina
There should be a marina there.
That was part of Santini.
okay.
Yeah,
So we
it's-
really aren't. It isn't being designated a marina then.
I mean, it is what it was. So
Okay.
we aren't changing that.
Okay.
And we did have a conversation, I believe, at council. And I don't know if it was a joint session or not, but it was about the marina question, because we had originally looked at designating the marinas as part of other districts, and they were very much in favor of keeping the marinas. So
I think
that's why we
keeping
went back to
marina
it.
is important.
It was actually a very specific question I posed. I was like, which way do you want me to go on the map?
Yeah, because they're
Marinas.
identical. Snookbite and
Yeah.
Moss and Fishtail are all identical. So
Will you review that on Mantanzas though? Because that doesn't make sense to me.
Which one?
On Mantanzas, why we have that as low
Let's see what
density?
what Sarah has to say.
So those are larger lots within that community. They did have larger setbacks required in that community, and I think that it's important to note that it is sort of an enclave. It's off on its own,
Very much an enclave.
and it is a neighborhood. And when you change these things to be low short-term rental, you do lose a neighborhood component. So you need to, like he said, it's about the balance.
But there were 6 people here yesterday, several of them from Mantanzas, saying they were being intruded on by the
But were they asking to not be intruded on, or were they asking to be changed? I mean,
True,
I think
but
there's a
But if it felt like they were being intruded on, wait till they're short-term rentals. Then
Right.
they're going to feel intruded on.
yeah, if I lived there, I would definitely
Yeah.
feel.
It's a completely
Strong.
different
Yeah.
lifestyle.
Yeah,
I would
it
not
is.
be in favor of changing this. That is one of the unique neighborhoods on the island. I think it should stay like it is.
Yeah, that's actually kind of what we were thinking very early on as well. There's some neighborhoods that the stylistic aspect of it, the cohesiveness of the neighborhood, was where
very
we thought that
cool.
you wouldn't really want to change that because we want to preserve what we can. We want to direct that growth to other places
Yes.
so that it gives you a better fighting chance of that. Now, how the market pans out, that's how the market pans out. But, when, you can't overly change the market. Market is what it is, but you put the restriction to channel how that market might react a certain way to your policies. And that's where we're trying to attempt to do here. Maybe it's a good time to kind of go back to where we left off the prior week and go through the elements one by one.
Yes, please.
Yes.
If I could ask a question
Go ahead,
first.
Jim.
I believe it was Patrick at one of our last meetings, he asked if we could have a document that would show the overlay showing what is the existing comp plan and what the changes are. I think we all got an email yesterday. Someone down at the Marina District, at the Theater District, said that it has been expanded, and she took offense to that. So do we have anything that can show the difference between this document and the existing document?
Yeah, I think maybe Mario can try to use your GIS right now to demonstrate it. I can tell you though that none of the marinas that you see on here were expanded.
No, it wasn't the marina.
Wasn't
Arts and
marina.
theater.
The theater district.
Oh no, that was not.
It doesn't look like it was.
No, it was not at all. The other ones we were very careful about to just preserve just the existing uses.
Boulevard.
Oh,
She was talking, where's her email?
Yeah,
Did you make a copy of that? No. Yeah, no, it was a very good email.
yeah.
What Amy sent. Wasn't it?
I mean
Yes. Would you like that? Yes, please.
I mean there's no there's no differences in the use of
I don't
what
need a
area
copy. I
allowed
have it
there.
electronically.
Like it maintained the same density at the transition. We didn't want to go too high because it's right next to the low density area.
Right.
We were like, well, it's currently either this mixed or boulevard, and you have, I know we called it earlier on in the process. I called it the kind of pink like theater that now acts the same shade at the building's now the same shade as what you see shaded on the map right there.
Right.
Now, so I know the area pretty well. We were just trying to be on that one. We had kind of restricted so that it would be mixed use, but you're looking at maybe like a first floor cafe that you can walk to from your house type of deal. Maybe it's just that and maybe a little art gallery next to the theater. And certainly nothing that you would consider similar to what you have in Times Square or Civic Center or even the Publix in the center of the island.
Well, Eddie, let's go back. Let's start section by section, and when the questions arise,
Perfect.
we'll take them.
Sounds good. All right. I think we had left off last time. Oh. Yep. Oh, cool. Right. Art and theater. Yeah, it's identical.
Mound. Yeah, which is mound.
Sorry. Yeah, because all we did was just reshade it. Yeah. Yeah, down a little bit to egret.
But what's
Yeah.
what's on those?
Online shows IBIS, doesn't it? That's what she was saying.
So what is on
1, 2, 3, 4.
lots?
The,
1, 2, 3.
So
For
at
IBIS?
So
Toward egret.
Oh,
the
egret.
base of
Egret's a
egret
theater.
is the theater.
Right.
Beside
And then
it,
dolphins on the other side of it.
yeah,
Charlie's boat,
I mean, Charlie's,
boathouse.
So we had
Boathouse.
to expand it from what you had Boulevard to include the theater only.
no, it's actually got one lot in from the theater as well,
Okay.
which
the
is
theater-
right now a raised lot. It's an empty lot. It was a residential.
one in from the theater on Egret.
Yep.
Right.
Belongs to the theater?
No.
No, it's a separate lot that's for sale right now.
Okay.
And it was a house that's
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
It's
So
been
that's
raised.
probably, yeah, that's in there.
But
You
it
know-
looks like that's now part of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see that, yep.
it
And
looks
shouldn't
mixed-
be.
I don't
Mixed
believe so.
use, yeah.
No, it's a residential lot.
It's a residential lot.
Well, wait a minute. Is that the lot that was going to be rebuilt with a Taco Bell and
A Taco Bell?
way back when?
Oh, Lord, Jane, I don't remember anything about a Taco
I
Bell.
do.
Welcome, Patrick.
Okay.
And they changed it to a commercial, it was commercial, and then they changed
A
it,
Taco Bell on Egret?
I can't,
no, on the end of the street, at the corner.
no, that's the Beach Theater. At the end of Egret and Estero is the
The
Beach
two
Theater.
facing
Yeah.
Estero are Beach Theater on one side, on the north side,
Yep.
and the Dolphin on the south side.
Right.
Those both
That's right.
on each side of Egret.
So that should cover that whole block.
Right, but now it's showing one lot in, which is a residential house that has been
That was
raised.
Carrie,
Carrie and Brad.
and she said her lot was commercial and she wanted to keep it commercial. And so,
Now I remember that.
Her lot was commercial.
I remember this.
and because she backed up to the, what was then
The
proposed
theater.
Redevelopment.
Well,
Yeah,
she's-
we can alter that before the
Okay.
first reading.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
And
alter that
she's-
before
But
the.
now,
Jane's saying
the
it was
mixed
commercial.
use,
I'll tell
It
you
was
in just a
commercial
second.
before.
the mixed-use
okay.
designation continues one block further than on the original plan.
Yep.
The boulevard, you mean? Boulevard, you
Anybody know what
mean?
the address is for that?
Here, the original plan ends at Curlew.
I-
Now it's
It'd be-
continued, it's gone to Egert.
100 something.
So
Yeah.
we've
added the theater.
expanded it.
Yeah, we've expanded to
That's
include the
what I
theater.
think her complaint is.
Oh, do we not want to include a theater in that?
Yes, you
I
would.
think we want to
No.
include the theater. My concern is the property
The residential
behind
lot.
it.
Oh, but we just mentioned that that was just a scrivener's item that we could correct
It wasn't.
before the,
I'm telling you,
before
that was
first reading.
commercial, and she fought to keep
Anita,
it.
I'm looking it up on the.
I remember the woman who lived there. Her name was Carrie Hill.
Okay, do we need direction then before we move it to?
Dawn's looking it up on LIPA right now to see what
you.
what it is. Hey, Jacob, I know we're getting a little squirrely here talking, but let us know if it's not picking up, okay? Because I want to make sure everybody hears what we're
Thank
saying.
you.
I don't know if it'd be 121.
It's zoned R right now.
Yeah.
We could definitely leave it out or keep it in. We just need direction from y'all.
Well, let's leave it open for conversation as Dawn looks.
121 Egret.
121 Egret.
Is the past owner Carrie Hill?
Hang on. No, Kavanaugh. John Kavanaugh.
Before that.
Just a second.
It might not
Yeah.
go back that far. Why isn't the white?
Okay. Eddie, go ahead. We'll
Okay.
we'll deal with this as it comes back up.
Sounds good. We're good either way. We would suggest you keep the theater, but not necessarily
Yes,
the
I
one
don't think
behind
there's
it.
any objection to keeping the theater. The question is, do
The
we
one behind it.
include that one lot behind it, which looks as if you have included it.
Right, but we can
On the
take
zoning
that
map,
out.
it's RS.
Yeah, it's zoned RS right now. We can take it out. Our intent was just to go to the theater.
Okay, so what's the consent here? That we just go to the theater, correct?
Okay,
Yeah,
Perfect.
there's a house there and it's
Okay.
residential.
perfect.
Thank
We'll
you.
take that out.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Okay.
You showed us that house thing
I did,
years ago.
yeah. I think you've seen almost all of them,
Okay.
Between you and me, we probably have.
believe me.
That was 2012 when it sold.
We were doing a future land use last time. We're trying to recall where we left off.
Future
So we-
land use. It was future land use. You had to go. We were exhausted, and we decided to have just one day for just this.
Right.
Yes.
What page are we going to? start on?
We're on the very beginning.
Oh,
Okay.
Town of FMB, future land use
okay,
element.
okay.
Right. So we had quite another meeting in residential, which before Mr. Vanass got here, I commented on our research and review. So for his benefit, if it's all right, I'll just repeat what I mentioned.
Sure.
Sure. So we did do a review. We found that was one property in South that had commercial use, but it's next to the Santini Village node anyway. So our recommendation then is just to include that as part of the Santini node instead of leaving it in medium. And then on the very, the only other area where we found it was on the very, very northern tip,
shell.
right before the park. So where we needed direction from the LPA was to either keep it as it is and let it grandfather and amortize out over time, or to change that perhaps to Boulevard and use that as a transition area because it's next to a park, or you got a park, maybe you have a small ice cream shop, and then you transition back into a residential area. Either way is perfectly okay, but we just need direction.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, I apologize for my tardiness. I was working through a little work emergency. Not expecting a recap, but were you guys talking about the various activity center nodes?
We were just talking about the theater district.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are we
the email.
addressing all the activity center nodes now or at a later date?
We're going to start with the future land use map section,
Okay.
and we're just going to go section through section.
Thank you.
Yep, just to keep it on
Okay.
track. And you have some crackers there, by the way.
Appreciate because I haven't had breakfast.
All right. So where we're at right now is medium residential. Starting off again with the notion that hey, it's removing the commercial aspect. Part of that intent was to try to prevent further neighborhood intrusion by really trying to concentrate those commercial uses
Eddie,
along.
what page are you there?
I apologize. Who has the mouse?
Page 5.
Oh, you do.
Okay.
Yeah, page 5. Okay.
Go ahead, thank you.
That helped. I'll give a second for everyone to catch up to that.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. To try and prevent that intrusion, at the LPA brought up, and we just went through, there are some properties. So my recommendation was to keep the mixed residential as is, to remove the commercial, and then for those properties where this is relevant, that you want to keep those mixed commercial aspects, to redesignate them as boulevard or as part of the mixed nodes. That would be our recommendation after discussion with staff.
Eddie, can you touch upon the boulevard future land use category? And if we were to do this, how do we address the boulevard category comprehensively? It's been an ongoing issue on this beach for a long time because, again, anything new in boulevard, you pretty much have to do a plan development. I think, at least from my perspective, those have been well-established commercial zones for a long time. I think people know what to expect. I think from a compatibility standpoint, the years of existence have kind of addressed those issues.
Right.
So this idea of being able to change the uses, we've got to find a way to make that happen, facilitate that.
It has been a problem.
Yeah. Well, we go back to the very, original where we tried to eliminate Boulevard completely, and then that didn't happen. We were asked to bring it back. I think the concern from there, the Boulevard is right in the future land use. And we probably could scroll down great. Right there. There are some aspects where we looked at removing the plateau overlay and just making that part of the density, and just really taking a look at how you're going to, potentially remove the non-residential use restrictions there. What that does is it opens it back up that you can address this more toward your land development regulations, the way we were trying to look at it. And that way it kind of gives you a bit more nimbleness and just using the LDR to up or lower the amount of restrictions that you want on there. Obviously, you can still delete further the line after dwelling unit if that remains a concern. But as it is right now, it provides for that sensitivity, but it doesn't go too far as to specific by removing that last sentence in the comprehensive plan. And by doing so, it allows you to actually then define what it means to be sensitive, or in other cities, similar to what you do with conditional use or special use permissions, in the code.
Yeah, so I think that it's really important here to point out that we left that there's the option for the commercial plan development, but the details of this are really going to be worked out in the comprehensive, or not, in the land development code. Because right now it's the land development code that has all the limitations that are a problem, that you can't change it to anything other than what was there before. So I think that, yes.
But if we look at the language right here, and I'm trying to get online and I can't get online, so unfortunately I have to look here. It says for any new expanded use, it does say you have to go through a plan development rezoning here. So that's got to come out of the comp plan.
The last sentence before. So right here, the quality, the no person system,
Oh, yeah, so it does connect those two, and I was reading it as they need to be sensitive to it, and then as a separate thing, some things are going to require a so I think that we can make that amendment.
Yeah, I think if the recommendation LPA will put a strike through on that sentence, and then would recommend that you address the rest in the land development code updates.
Yeah, so at least my comment on this, my opinion, and is that we need to change that for boulevard properties that they don't require plan development. I think what's appropriate is that we update our land use table. We go to a much more robust and detailed land use table, and we increase the number of uses. We put those uses that we want to see in that area, so they can be addressed there. But we have to get that impediment out. And then the other issue with that code, that policy right there, is we did have the opportunity for people to ask for 10 units per acre, where I see it's been brought back at the bottom, but as far as I could tell, it's just through the provision of affordable housing, and to me, that's more restrictive than it was previously. Yeah.
Actually, the way that platted development, the platted overlay district was applied, and if you did further reading into it, the platted overlay was only for existing density. So you couldn't get new density at that rate. That was the existing density, and it made that. So if you were at 10 dwelling units per acre, that's considered conforming in the platted overlay rather than non-conforming. So the benefit there is that, so for instance, you have 2 dwelling units and you meet the 10 dwelling units per acre and you're in the platted overlay, you can rebuild and those 2 units in the house without having to do the post-disaster redevelopment. So you aren't limited in your square footage. That's considered a conforming density. Whereas if you only had 1 unit, or if you were meeting the 6 dwelling units per acre, but you wanted to go up to 10, but you didn't have that before, you couldn't ask for that. That's not like, that would not be considered, going up in density would not be considered conforming. Only the existing density was considered conforming. Does that make sense?
Understood, but the situation is if someone has 10 units per acre or more than 10 units per acre, they're vested. They have those units. They want to redevelop. They want to redevelop, and they can ask for 10. Whereas now, if they want to redevelop, at least the way by crossing that out, what we're saying is you get 6 and you ask for 4 more, and those have to be affordable housing. So I think, again, there was a reason it was there. It was for protecting people that had density greater than 6. So I think we need to recognize that.
And there are so few units that actually are conforming. So there are small lots. So the individual lots are allowed to have a single unit. Mm-hmm. Most of those are far above the 10 dwelling units per acre. What the advantage of having the non-conforming to rebuild through the platted overlay is limited to like a dozen lots on the island, because most of them are so small that even at 10 dwelling units per acre, they're not conforming. So they're still having to rebuild through the post-disaster rebuild.
But in my mind, if we affect one lot, it's one too many. I just don't see the harm in keeping that the way we had it.
So would it be possible to make it more clear how it's supposed to be applied? Because there's a lot of confusion about how it works, and people think that they can just get 10 dwelling units per acre, and that's the problem. And that's why we were trying to get rid of it, is because there's so much, nobody seems to understand how it works, and you have to go through the process of, no, actually, this is what it is, and if it's existing, then this. So how would you feel about us leaving the platted overlay, but making it more clear what it's for, and it's only for existing density and, how it works?
And if there's that
I don't know that we can go through and figure out which is, because it's basically when people come to us and then we start doing the calculation and we're like, oh, you're actually conforming density and you can rebuild and you aren't capped at your square footage.
Didn't we put in a superseding clause that if you already had it as a separate policy?
That is possible. So,
Mario
but
bringing that up.
yeah, so yeah.
I
so
love the idea of
think,
a superseding clause.
well,
It sounds good.
Sounds delicious, doesn't it?
but we'll
Patrick,
look
are
at it
you online
carefully.
yet?
I can't connect.
You need my
I believe we
hotspot?
put in a
I'm trying with my hotspot
Yeah.
somehow.
Amy, can you get Patrick the Wi-Fi? Hold on.
Yeah.
She could-
But
Go
In the
ahead.
meantime, I believe we put in there, like, we had, your existing comp plan had a policy in there already about if it's kind of pre-existing, and when we looked at it, there was a minor tweak that would, actually cover Mr. Vanessa's question without actually impeding on this, because it would be a separate question from a policy standpoint. So let's actually, I'm asking Mario to try to find it and then see if that works and if we need to tweak that or go back to tweak this. That might, more clarity on
I'm
that
making
one
a
will
list of
allow us
tweaks.
to go back to this question.
And the two concerns, folks, so everybody understands why I'm concerned with this is A, I don't want to diminish anybody's existing property rights. That's the obvious one. But the other thing is, if someone's got existing older buildings and they had by right 10 units per acre and they want to redevelop, and somehow now the only thing they have by right is 6. Do you guys think they're going to redevelop? No. So we're disincentivizing reinvestment and redevelopment by making it more difficult. So we honor their rights. If they do want to redevelop, they maintain those rights and they will reinvest. But if we make it hard, why would you tear down buildings, not be able to build them back?
And I think you made the point that the additional 4 would have to be affordable housing or workforce housing.
Yeah. And we all know this is a difficult endeavor
Yeah, absolutely.
on Fort Myers Beach.
An impossible endeavor.
Yeah. I didn't want to say impossible, but.
Improbable. Let's say improbable. Improbable. Okay.
Well, because we've already passed it, I want to just go back to page 10 of our package, not 10 of the numbers, to 4A4, because it states that we will not vacate public use to water bodies, and we have a case coming up to do that, to move and to possible vacate. So,
For clarification, that application has been amended. It will be coming forward to you differently than it was proposed. We are
but
not,
don't we need to move it out from underneath their building anyway, one way or another?
but that would not be the same thing as getting rid of
Okay.
access.
Okay.
Well, Gene, I think you bring up a good point, because I've seen cases, I don't know of any specific case on the beach here but I've seen it elsewhere where it made complete sense to vacate a given right-of-way somewhere.
Right.
Where it wasn't used, it was just a partial
Yeah.
right-of-way, it didn't connect to anything. There were reasons where it made sense. And I think that could be dealt with in the land development code, to at least you establish criteria as to, preferences to maintain any public right-of-way. I get it.
Certainly.
But just to put it as a policy in the comp plan, prohibit it, then we take away all that flexibility and we handcuff ourselves. So,
Margaritaville would have been a good example of this.
Because they did vacate.
That's right. Of course, the vacation for Diamond Head was part of the incorporation
And
theory.
that was,
So-
for my street, was
Yeah.
through Diamond Head.
Yep. So, but I tend to agree, especially with things changing. Eddie, do you know where we are?
Policy
We're
4A4.
page 10 of the packet. And it's policy 4A4 of the future land use map, 1A4. You have added, the town shall not, it's all about vacation.
Yeah.
And we're saying maybe that shouldn't be there because there may be a proposal that comes forward that says, you know, you
This makes
vacate
sense.
this and here on the other side, you're gaining 3 times as much. I don't know. But it wasn't there before, and what I'm wondering is why would we put it here now? Sarah?
To protect.
To clarify, so the concept is we don't want to get rid of a number of easements, so we wouldn't want to vacate and not replace. So we don't have a problem moving as long as it's beneficial, but we don't want to allow people to just get rid of.
Right.
And that, I thought, was the direction we wanted to go.
Well, agreed.
Agree, but it
can
doesn't
we-
really say that.
Yeah. This says we
Okay.
can't vacate or diminish or otherwise, impair, but the point is, unless it is replaced,
Okay.
There doesn't need 2 words to that, without replacement.
without
Yeah.
replacing.
Yeah, I mean, it's because the intent is that we just don't want to get rid of number.
We don't
Like,
wanna lose
We don't
it.
want to go from
Yes.
5 to 3.
Correct.
We want to keep the same number. They can shift around as
agree.
long as it's more beneficial to the town.
Right.
I think it's fine with the without
That's an
replacement.
easy fix to add the word without,
works perfect.
without replacement.
And does it just apply to beach accesses? Or it
No.
applies to all
It
our?
applies to parking areas, docks. Are you still not online?
Well,
You want to try mine?
we didn't originally have parking in there. That
It's
was
operator error.
added at request.
Jacob, could you come help Patrick get online, please? I'm not saying that to embarrass him. I just want him to be on
Up
the
and
same
running.
page we're on.
I'll get there. I'm just,
I'm sure you will. You've had a rough day
I'm
already.
still running around,
Yeah.
still a little
We get it. We get it.
catching up.
Heck, I was playing soccer with my dog an hour ago,
Yeah.
which is really great.
All right.
Okay,
Okay.
so let's see.
What other things?
Are you up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mario got the number that.
Road ends.
I'm
Okay.
online.
Problem.
I'm still concerned with the language as it is. I think the intent is, yes, we don't want to lose any beach accesses. I get that. But this is all right of way. I've seen it, again, I've seen easements that need to be vacated. I've seen things, through time where I wouldn't put it as a policy to just negate it. I think we can have a policy in the positive of we shall try to maintain all existing right-of-way easements. There's say something that there's a benefit to the town in doing that. Got it. But just to say hard and fast no, I don't get it.
Jim, what do you think about this?
I think there could be situations, dead-end street or something, that the town might want to vacate it, split it between the 2 adjacent homeowners, or to make a policy that
Oh, yeah, like what
is-
about on Denora? All of those, or all of those seawalls?
Well, that's also on Washington, Madison, Jefferson.
those.
All of those
Are we-
have a
are we making
easement
this
on the
more
back that has
complicated than
been
it is?
filled in
For
with,
clarity, it does say access to the shorelines.
But it
We're not
is-
talking about all easements. We're talking about access to the shoreline. So just for clarification.
these are accesses to the shorelines where they come off of the dead end of a canal. And we had a town manager that tried to take that as town property, and we went, what? You're gonna take people's backyards and let that be public? No. But we wanted to vacate them all, and just so that we would not have to have so many cases of vacating the backyard where the seawall has been brought in, and now it's been filled in, so that they don't have to vacate it to put in a pool or a fence. So
So
those kind
Sarah,
of things we do need to do.
are you saying that a canal would not be what you think of as shoreline?
Under the wording, it would need some additions. It needs some addition to the wording, that's clear.
Would that be in a superseding clause?
This is your town. If you want to vacate an access to a water, that's fine. I'm just explaining what it currently says. I don't care.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think that we want to protect, but we also don't want to have it so hard and fast that people can't put in a pool because they can't vacate the dirt that was filled in behind their house
So
that goes to the property line.
this came about because we heard from you that there were concerns about diminishing access to the shoreline over time. It's been a recurring issue that's also been brought up as you review applications as well.
Maybe it needs
Maybe
to
we
be
need to
separate.
thread the needle a little bit differently. Certainly, the proportion of establishing anything that where you conserve access to the coastline is what we had originally recommended for the transportation master plan, but then that whole thing, as I said, was taken out, was you need to designate where those access points are, like other barrier island communities. You go to, say, Treasure Island or Sunny Isles Beach or other barrier islands similar to yourself. They have set points, and I wrote one of the transportation master plans where I was like, okay, at this set distance, you're going to try to create either now or in the future these periodic access points so that people living on the other side of the island can go to the beach, right? But how you want to do that, it's just a total matter of policy. How many you want is a matter of policy. Whether or not you want to vacate that, then it's also like, how do you accomplish that?
Well,
There's certain steps you need to take.
The objection is just the word shall not. That's a prohibitive language. So I think if you just massage that language to give some flexibility, then it would
Yeah,
be
we could say
acceptable.
something where beach access points provide a lot of public benefit, they're a resource for the town, we shall protect them,
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
be very judicial
Right.
in vacating or replacing any, or
Something like that.
Perhaps then the solution then is to append to what we said with the two-word solution without replacement or demonstrated benefit to the town. And that way,
That sounds good.
that way you're not willy-nilly just vacating it, but if you have a good reason to, hey, go for it, right?
Eddie, we don't really willy-nilly anything around here.
That's also true. That is very, very true. But you know what I was getting at.
I get it totally, and very well said.
But
Is
even-
there something in here that can eliminate all those backyard vacations?
It's really not a compound.
Yeah.
no.
Okay, never mind.
But
Yeah, that was something you
even the
wanna do in
idea
your
of you have to
code,
provide
not
a
your
public
comp plan.
benefit, I couldn't think of any examples, and I'm glad you guys brought some up. But if it's in someone's backyard, how is someone gonna justify a public benefit? So again, I'm just like, we don't need this, guys. We don't need this, or we need something that is not going to be restrictive. As soon as we say we'll allow it, if you can demonstrate a public benefit, if a homeowner in Jane's example is saying, well, I need it for my pool, unless I let everybody come swim
Public come
in
in
my
my
pool,
pool.
I don't know how you're going to demonstrate
Well,
public
and it's
benefit.
up and down almost all of the state streets. That is a neighborhood that was filled in when they did the seawalls to make them all straight. And there's between 1 foot to 5 foot in people's backyards that we have to vacate all the time.
Sarah?
That's an issue that we are dealing with pretty regularly, and we don't consider those to be beach access
Okay.
or shoreline access.
Okay, but
That's
it
not.
says shoreline
Okay.
access.
Yeah, but that's an easement. That's not an access.
Okay, thank you very much for
Yeah.
that clarification.
Great. Okay, let's move on, Eddie.
Okay. Let's,
Not in a willy-nilly manner.
where were we? We were on medium.
Yes.
And we've just got past medium. We're making good progress.
So if they don't have the acre if their lot is smaller than 1 acre and they have over 10 units, what,
It is on page.
that would be a pre-disaster build
Page
back?
13 of the packet.
And they could get their 11 units and would have to just go higher?
They would have to square footage. They just have to meet the requirements of the post-disaster or pre-disaster build back. It wouldn't have anything to do with height or
Wait a minute,
size of.
so what you're saying is they could only build back what they exactly had?
Yes.
Yes, because
Yes.
that's post-disaster build back for non-conforming density. So that's how non-conforming density applies. So that's the benefit if you're, that's the benefit for platted overlay. If you happen to have conforming density through the platted overlay, then you can continue that and you can rebuild and utilize full 2 units, as much square footage as you would be allowed to do in that zoning district. Whereas if you were non-conforming for density, if you exceeded that limit, then you had to build back only per the post-disaster or pre-disaster build back, which is the same square footage as was there previously.
So otherwise you would have to reduce down to the current,
Yeah, so let's assume we've got a 1 acre lot with 10 units on there. If someone wants to redevelop those 10 buildings today, those are conforming density, conforming buildings. As long as they meet the regular code, they can rebuild according to the code. If we take away that provision, now they have non-conforming density. The only protection they have is the pre-post disaster build back. And those provisions say you can't build any bigger.
and so then it would go down to 6 per acre.
And if they want to build them as big as they want, yeah, they'd be at 6 rather than 10. And they could get to 10 by providing affordable housing. That's what we're saying.
Okay, but if they have less than an acre, then they're really screwed.
If they have less than an acre, you have a fraction of, you take 6 or 10 divided by your acreage, and that tells you your density you can put on there. But yeah, to me, you're diminishing people's property rights by doing that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. But I
Where is that? in
I
here?
don't know, if it ain't broke, why change it? That's kind of my thing is, why, I'm going to have to prove that I'm vested somehow? That's my concern.
Well, you'd have to anyway. I mean, if you're, except where the future land use maps platted overlay indicates a maximum density. Eddie, can you tell us, what was your reasoning behind this change?
Which one?
Medium,
Medium?
FLU 1B4,
Taking out the commercial activities were the biggest.
taking out the commercial activities elements, okay.
You want to concentrate them along the corridor. You had a mixed use that was just really, really deep into the neighborhood, or sometimes taking the entire stretch of what you had told us you wanted to keep
Yes.
as residential only.
Yes.
And it doesn't make sense when you're telling us we want to keep some of these streets as residential only, and then in your compliance day we're going to allow commercial use
Yeah.
there.
Okay, so what if we eliminated the second part, but kept the top half, the first paragraph? You know what I'm saying? Jane, Patrick?
I'm still scratching my head as to how we're not being inconsistent with Senate Bill 250 here. I just don't even know how we can do that.
When they can't get their number of units back or even a reduced amount.
But they
with
can
bigger square
get
footage.
their number of units back.
But even the commercial component that Eddie brought up, it was allowed in a wider area, and now we are making that area smaller. Therefore, someone that had a property that was within that area, it could be residential today, but they had the right to ask for commercial, whereas now they can't ask for commercial unless they do a comp plan amendment. So,
But it's not a distinct use. And so that's where we would have to defer to the town attorney and her opinion on that.
That is a concern. Nothing can be more burdensome or restricted in the comp plan as well as in your land development code. So I agree with Patrick.
Is this about the SB 250 thing again?
Yeah.
But that section expires this in October.
No, in 2026, they extended it.
That's why I'm worried about this SB 250. It's like
But is
it's
it-
going to rule our lives.
Sorry, was it commercial or residential only?
Exactly.
I believe it was that entire paragraph that talks about the land development regulations and the comp plan, but I'll look it up specifically now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Section 14 is
Section
what it was.
14.
And I think it was during the special session in December, this past December, where they extended it.
At the end of the day, we're going to defer to the town attorney on this. Nancy, if you think that we should keep it in, our recommendation would be keep it in now to
Yeah.
be compliant with 250.
We
But
were
in the
going-
future, when 250 is no longer relevant, it's not consistent with your intent as a town.
No, it isn't. And I personally think what you've done here is give protection to existing neighborhoods that they will remain neighborhoods.
Right.
Even though I can also say that the expansion of Airbnbs and whatever is a commercial use in neighborhoods. But but beside the point, I have no problem with this section.
Yeah. We understand the concerns
I
of the town
understand what
attorney as
Patrick and Jane
well,
are
just
saying.
because, we don't just, no one's really challenged 250, therefore, there is an element of risk there to someone want to challenge it, or whether or not it can hold on the basis of looking at whether or not they had applied for and had that vested right to have commercial on that. With the property that you separate out all the ones that do not have commercial and make the district only on the basis of existing use, we can't tell you that legal argument is going to hold. So,
I've seen jurisdictions that are very cognizant about diminishing people's property rights. And Collier County is a perfect example where they actually have a policy saying that if we do anything from a regulatory standpoint that diminishes your property right, you are consistent by policy. So you're not non-conforming. This policy says that if we change the rules on you, you remain consistent by policy. And it just goes to show you that there's different ways to deal with this, but again, I think we need to be very careful about respecting property rights and avoiding potential lawsuits as a town.
Yeah, that's,
So,
I mean, if we're going to have those lawsuits, it'll be
And
now.
this is above and beyond of Anita, I agree with you. I think we need to protect neighborhoods. I get that. I'm just talking more generally speaking when it comes to land use rights. Just-
Okay. And I agree with you,
yeah.
generally speaking, but this particular policy doesn't bother me. Well, anyway, okay, can we move on to the next section?
mixed use?
Mixed use. Totally new.
All right. These are the notes. So I think if you want to go through them individually, let's start on, let's go to the next page after that. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now, do you recall these used to be much bigger and with higher density, and then we were at to scale back to what we currently have. I know numbers were thrown out, but both Sarah and I looked at the existing comp plan, and we couldn't find mention of 1.4 or anything of the such. If y'all have specific knowledge of that, we appreciate it. But at the same time, if we were to take 1.4, it makes sense anyway based on what you have. So we don't see that as a result of being more restrictive, because it wasn't really delineated like that with a lower number. With a higher number to begin with within your existing comp plan. So what Mario, I think, had or is preparing for the Times Square is just a minor inset map that we talked about last time, where kind of because we have it written out like these are the boundaries, but it's just easier to understand if you have a visual like of what that actually means when you're bounded by those streets. So that will be included as part of the package, in the final package. So how that's split off, it says, bounded by First Street and Estero, from San Carlos to Pearl Street. That's, like I was mentioning, that's confusing, because that's where we're gonna have the map insert. It really, it has been kind of written with the standpoint of two major things: how you're going to regulate it from uses from your land development code, and second, from a flood perspective. Now we're not going to put the specific to the flood stuff in their comp plan, other than saying that you have to comply with it, and then it comes out in your land development code. Intensity. And we're going to be changing the word there that land development regulations. That's going to be a consistent change throughout to land development code once we get to the first reading stage. But as we had previously discussed, and what we were directed to do was to kind of move all that to the land development code. So that's how we redid the language based on what we were asked to do there. Coconut Village. I believe there was concern that we had spoken about last time was whether or not a mobile.
Wait, 1 second. Did you just say that you're going to move the intensity, basically density section, that you're going to move all of that to the LDC?
That's what we were told to do, right?
And not leave it here? I mean, because it's here right now.
Right, but the actual the maximums are there, but the actual restrictions will be in the code.
Okay.
That's what we were. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
The maximums are always in the.
Yeah, so the
maximums are in the comp plan,
is the
the
comp plan,
details
and
are in
then-
the code.
Exactly.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I should have been more clear on that.
No, that's okay. All of a sudden, I just imagined this coming out, and I went, no.
No, sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
that's because that was the discussion we had about 3 meetings ago. Where
Yes.
like, well, you have to have a max, but do we really need a number in there? Yeah, you have to have the max in there, but you can scale it up in your
Thank
code.
you.
As long as we say up to.
Yes.
So Mara, just double check on that. Everything is up to. Coconut Village mixed use. The discussion from last time really honed in on whether or not it prevents us from doing mobile homes in the future. This is written in such a way that it doesn't explicitly prohibit it, but it doesn't encourage it either. So you see there's nothing in the text that says we're going to prohibit mobile homes. Now, that's not to say that if you receive a FEMA grant or if the state comes down and says you shouldn't have it on a barrier island, which they do have that as part of their, some of the statutes, that those wouldn't apply. We neutralize the language here a bit.
Is the density consistent with what we had before?
We believe so. I'll review. Sarah and I had looked at it, and we didn't find an issue with it. A good question on that one.
6 per acre seems low for that
It certainly does.
piece
Yeah.
of land.
Coconut.
Coconut, 6 per acre.
At 6.
Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to cross-reference all this stuff, but I think the direction that was given was, let's make sure that whatever current densities or current FAR, that we don't reduce them in any way. If we do go to slightly higher, we could talk about that, but I think the idea is higher would be fine, but lower, we can't have any lower.
We had originally put Coconut Village higher, and then we reduced it down based on your request. So we're pretty, we'll double check again, but the intent had always been to put it back from the higher number that we had given back to what is,
To what it was.
yeah,
Or
what
what
it
it
was
is.
now. It is, yes. So that always been that intent. As you recall, we had a much higher number before.
I do.
Yeah.
Scared the hell out of me, Eddie.
But if it was a higher number and now we're reducing it, is
No,
that-
it never was an accepted higher number.
They have 2 pages on
Yeah.
it.
Right. That's if it's civil center.
Yeah. So, oh, okay, we've named it.
Yeah.
And that's not.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's this area. So they,
Actually,
okay, yeah, so there, here's the confusion. That should actually say Civic Center. And Coconut Village is the area that everyone's thinking of as Gulfview Colony and Red Coconut. That was not changed from what the current, I mean, it was changed from mixed residential to medium residential, and the
right, because it used to be larger and it had a different
Yeah.
designation, but
yeah. So
yeah.
we're thinking it's named incorrectly. It needs to be Civic Center, and everyone's thinking about Coconut,
Right.
Red
We
Coconut,
should
which
change the
is
title.
a different density, which is a different
Right.
beast.
It used to be part of this, and then it
Yes.
got separated back out.
Yeah, it was. We were asked to shrink it down. And
Okay, well, no,
So Civic Center is
You're
the
gonna
Red
say
Coconut
something.
area?
no.
No.
So what is the Red Coconut area?
beside it.
So what's it called?
From Lover Lane over
it's not its own.
to Chapel.
There's the Civic Center.
Yeah, which is what the description, I believe.
Okay, and that's called what in here?
Not. It's for.
Civic, the Red Coat.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's called nothing, huh?
okay, can we just, I'd just like to step back, let's go back to the downtown district, okay? Where we got,
Back to Times Square.
Times Square,
well,
okay.
Times Square. So I know you guys said you went back and you looked at FARs.
Right.
And again, I haven't done an exhaustive search. I just looked real quick here in our existing comp plan. So it says 2.5 for certain areas, 1.5, and then all others 1.0. Okay. Then if I go to the existing comp plan and we go to commercial intensity, it talks about 2.5, and all others are allowed up to 1.5. So let me
But that,
So,
But
let me
that
tell you what
included-
policy that is. That's
do we want to put the one
policy 4-C3, 4C2. 4C2, commercial intensity. And what commercial intensity says, the land development code may allow floor area ratios in the pedestrian commercial category as high as 2.5 and in other categories as high as 1.5.
go back to what it was.
So you're saying that the 1.0 for all other properties in the downtown district
That
is
would be more
restricted?
restrictive.
It would be more restrictive.
Yeah.
Hotel motel shall be counted as non-residential development as it goes on far.
Okay. In pedestrian commercial, Mario, with the original map, was the pedestrian commercial, was this section pedestrian and commercial, because we combined multiple districts to create that node. Right, but the Times Square node combined
And you have to
multiple
do 1
districts,
o'clock or
right?
2?
So you gotta take a look to see if,
We're not moving
where the
very fast.
combination of district is, because the pedestrian commercial would be 1.5, but outside of what the original pedestrian commercial would have been 1.0. So if they match up, then we make everything 1.5 and above, but if they don't match up, that's where that came in, and we can still make it 1.5, but that's probably where that,
But you're saying there is an existing 1.0 pedestrian commercial.
if it was out, no, I'm not
If
saying
it was outside,
It would not pedestrian commercial because we cobbled multiple districts designations together to create. But some of it was originally mixed residential. And so-
I'm not telling you that I
Yeah.
know this comp plan and the code by heart,
Right.
but my personal understanding, having dealt with different areas, is I believe, and you guys tell me otherwise, that unless it's stated differently, then everybody can ask for at least 1.5 as the lower threshold. And the upper is 2.5, and 2.5 is not accessible to everybody, depending where you are. But the lower threshold, I believe, is 1.5. I don't know.
If it was pedestrian commercial, that's the wording of what that says. That if you go back to C2, right there, to C2 before, commercial intensity. Go next page. The land development code may allow floor area in the pedestrian commercial category as high as 2.5 and other categories at 1.5. It is specific to pedestrian commercial. So if the
2.5 is specific to pedestrian commercial. Other categories, that's not pedestrian commercial.
okay, I can see where that comes in a little bit differently.
Yeah.
We can just simply change it to 1.5 then in the and then make in the mixed use node and go from there.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
unless there's something somewhere that I don't know that says.
And honestly, we're okay with that because when we actually interviewed some developers who want to come in, they said that to make their performance viable for some of the redevelopment, they were looking between 3 and 3.5. So the fact that's why we actually gave a recommendation that was higher because we had actually interviewed potential developers and they told us a higher number than what we have settled on. So we had scaled it back based on what this LPA said. Development's going to be a little bit differently, but we do also want to note that in our interviews with the developers, they did give a higher number at their request for what will make their redevelopment viable too.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
so 1.5 perfectly. Yeah, we can both change that and then yeah,
thank you.
we can move on.
Okay,
Okay.
And then the second part, when we were talking about Coconut versus Civic, did I hear that Coconut that district stays exactly the way it was? So I think the future land use category for that was both
Yeah,
boulevard and mixed.
it becomes medium and it can retain its pre-existing density if it's higher than
Yeah.
than
Well,
than
Yeah, I
what's
see a
noted.
conflict right away with that because medium, what we're saying, it's all residential now. We know that those projects and what we want as a town is we want mixed use. They may be requesting residential, but we'd like to see a little commercial associated with those redevelopments. So we can't negate the possibility of having commercial on those properties.
We had put that originally at the mixed use. We have to scale it back. That was, though we agree with that. Yeah,
'cause
we
I-
thought that would come in as mixed use over time.
Yeah, I think both Gulfview Colony and
Red Coconut.
Red Coconut,
Yeah.
there's going to be some kind of potential commercial on those properties.
Right. It actually will be better from a redevelopment standpoint if it's designed that way, actually.
exactly.
Preferable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So on that note, moving on to the next one.
we kind of backtracked to Center Island, or do we need to go back over that? That's that mix.
Center Island mixed use.
Center Island mixed use. I thought that was the next one up there.
It is.
Next one to go.
Yeah, that's around Publix.
It is.
Yes. It used to be larger. We scaled it back by like at least 2 or 3 streets on one side, and then on the southern portion, it was also on the north side before, but now it's just on the south side with Madeira, just to cover what we believe were the I think they're no longer there. Some of them the boutique motels and hotels on the south side. but it kind of limited that district from what it originally was.
I think Doug
Dalton?
had brought up the concern about the boundary, and I think
Further north.
I would defer to Doug as to, does this seem to have addressed what you were thinking or not? And
Yes.
It was taking Sable out.
Yeah.
I think there's a slight. Error. Halfway on President.
Isn't that a sixplex in there, or on the
Well,
corner?
there's a big house.
Right.
Yeah, Doug, can you re-say what you said on the microphone, please? Because
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think, other than some just graphic errors we discussed, Ed and I discussed, that
yeah.
it does meet the concern I had.
excellent.
But he was questioning the commercial on the street going down Sable.
We had scaled it back from Sable, or are we saying that we need to scale it back over?
The red indication of.
To
there.
re-include that?
There's a single-family house on the corner of Sable and Esther.
Okay. So yeah, so that's why I think we had scaled it back, because it was a single family and you didn't want to intermix you.
Correct.
That's why it was originally at Stable and now it's no longer at Stable. Right?
Yeah.
We got that right?
No.
Yeah. That's not right?
This here, low density, that's the yellow where your cursor.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, existing, there's a single-family house on the corner.
I mean, the next two are as well.
They are now, they did have
Don, can you
multi-unit.
show, just without talking, show him right on top of your map so he can see where,
That should
That
go
needs to be
straight
a
across.
Those
straight
three
line.
lots should be yellow.
Yeah, all those are.
Oh, okay. The yellow one that you just pointed to be red. Got it. Okay.
And the other two
Don't let
properties
it-
that
let it need
were,
to change
at one
that.
time had
Yeah.
apartments.
Okay, so we
those are
misinterpreted
gone.
that.
And they're,
All right.
These are still single.
Right.
homes right here.
yeah,
they are.
Yeah, no, totally understood. We misinterpreted it. 'Cause,
That's
you know,
okay.
you saw what
That's
we were
why we're
working
here.
with. Yep. So thank you for that. We'll make that correction.
Thank you, Eddie.
There's nothing more on 10.
Anything else on that section?
there's the,
Let's look at the original map.
Let's do.
Yeah, that's where it was.
yeah, see, it's,
Yeah.
But these are all single families, all the way to the, what's that called?
But
Ocean Harbor.
the red
Oh.
is
One on Sands or whatever, they're like four.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right here.
so what we see as red was the mixed residential before, and now it's the medium residential. So we can look at the zoning and see what the underlying zoning might be on that.
But that definitely would change. But that definitely would change at least two property from low density to medium. Is what you're asking us there.
And again, if it was mixed, they have the right to ask for commercial on those.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. We
Yep.
want to make sure that we keep that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so the next section is theater, arts, and mixed-use district.
All right.
Before we go down to
Yes,
theater
yes,
and
Patrick.
arts district, quick question. We, so the corner of my neighborhood, at one point, there was an activity center being,
What's your neighborhood?
Falkirk.
where the
Women's Club
car
is.
wash.
And
The
car
car
wash.
wash and the Century 21 was. I think at least my concerns that I had voiced was the women's club should stay a civic use, and that there's no need to give it a commercial activity center designation. I think keeping it simply civic is a safer approach. However, I do know that the lady that owns the corner, Cindy, has an intent of redeveloping it. And right now it's Boulevard. And that's a perfect example where any new use is causing her trouble. She has to go through a PD. My thought was the activity center for that corner made sense. My only objection was having the women's club included, so it just disappeared completely. I don't know if there was any other input or why it was eliminated completely.
We were told to remove it.
Well,
I don't remember which meeting, but we were told to remove
it's
it. I don't recall the
commercial, you can't
reason
just
why,
remove
but
it.
that's why it was gone. But certainly, if the LPA wants us to bring that portion,
No.
We're
Sarah,
happy
do you
to,
remember what
but-
that was?
the women's club.
and what we're trying to clarify is yes, I had recommended that we remove that designation for the women's club, which is I don't know if you got direction from council or otherwise, I don't know. But I don't think this body said eliminate that whole activity center.
No, that needs to remain because there's businesses there.
To get rid of it.
We can listen back to the notes. I do believe that the council did say to remove it, but we can listen to it again. For clarification regarding the red that you see on there between Sable and Bayview, maybe? I don't know. Those 3 lots, those are RC zoned. We wouldn't want to change them to yellow. We would want to keep them red
Okay.
because of density.
Okay.
Or not density, rights. Okay.
Yeah, there's a single family house on it now.
Right.
And that one,
Yeah, see how it's split in half right there? That lot right there, where it's half red, half yellow, I believe is one lot.
Yeah,
Right.
it's one lot.
That's correct.
I think that's fine. I mean,
yeah,
One
we'll,
ten
we'll
Sable
double check it.
Drive.
Okay, but let's get back to the women's club and the former car wash property.
And mosquito
And,
control.
and mosquito control is back there too.
That's all Boulevard on this.
But I don't
and
think
so-
it goes back far. Does it go back far enough to? Okay, you're
right.
right.
So I do remember to recall the note there. I don't recall why it was removed. I just recall that we were asked to remove it.
Yeah.
Because at one point we were told it was too small and it needed to be expanded a little bit. Then we came back with an expanded version, and they were like, "Oh no, why do we have that there? Does it make sense to have that many? Why don't we get rid of it?" It wasn't just about, part of it when we were asked to expand it at the beginning was to remove the women's club and the mosquito control, but then there were opportunities around it that if you made the district a little bit bigger, you could create a critical mass. And that was presented, and that was shut down, from my understanding. And so, we were. So that's why that is where it is today. If the LPA wants to recommend that back to the council, that should be a node. What we can do is we can package that as a separate item or as part of this, as part of the recommendation, to send back to council and let them make the final determination there.
Right.
Right. That.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
well,
and
that
I
would.
think the idea was,
yeah.
that would make sense to be part of that node.
Yeah.
But let me ask this: from Lazy Way down to the looks like tropical. No, not, I mean, I can't think of the word. But anyway, why are those all low density on Estero Boulevard? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, all those residential.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're also on the boulevard.
Yeah, it's always been like that, at
Yep.
least across from the beach, and
Yep.
it's all. My thing is I'm not necessarily advocating for an activity center or not. I think at the very least, we know it was Boulevard and there was commercial use there, and we need to address the Boulevard issue again of allowing those to redevelop as commercial, without necessarily handcuffing them the way we are today. Maybe, I don't know what the will of this committee is. Maybe the activity center makes sense. Maybe it does. And I live there. I don't want to advocate either way. I just want to make sure that at the very least we acknowledge the commercial that was there.
Right.
I agree. I don't want to diminish what
Yeah.
they had.
Right.
Those commercials. There's at least 4 commercial properties.
Yeah.
Right.
We have always thought of that as having a really high potential value for the town when it gets redeveloped. That's why we proposed what we did.
Let's just note this as a a point of conflict.
Okay, perfect. Or we'll
We know, yeah.
we'll know that specifically. We'll specifically call it out when we bring this before council. Did the recommendation, opinion, and the comment issued by the LPA regarding that area. And we'll provide an appropriate recommendation for if they want to take up and go the same route at the LPA, what that should entail. Mr. Vanath, if it was okay, I'll have Mario contact you, so we can kind of go back to what we had previously discussed about having something larger than just that women's club and seeing how if conditions change and just drawing an appropriate outline. If that's okay with the LP as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Theater and arts. I think we had covered this partially earlier. We corrected that one parcel at the very south so that it ends just at the theater. The rest of this was originally pedestrian commercial. And really this just looked towards looking for like theater, art, ground floor cafe, or ice cream shop-ish type of things. That's walking distance to neighborhood. It is a transition from the boulevard itself to the single family behind it. That's how we view it. We would recommend that when you go to the land development code portion that you cap the height appropriately based on the fact that there's single family behind it. But as written, that's what the intent
I'm curious
should be.
what you think, since we have an idea of things that are going, what would you think an appropriate height to transition to single family would be?
Depending on what the single family is, if it's like a 2-story duplex, you can probably do 3 with a little bit above there. If it's 1 story, 2 to 3 is generally appropriate. Anything more than that becomes a stark difference. Right, exactly. Exactly. And I don't want to give an over specific answer because as you consider how your single family houses to be in the future, we did really want you to consider how you might make the ground floor non-habitable in the future, as a means to help with potential future disasters. Hopefully none happen. I'm going to knock on wood because it's a beautiful and wonderful community, but we want to make sure we plan accordingly and how we structure those as well.
Okay. I had one question on the Dolphin, because the Dolphin looks like it's outside of that. It's mixed residential, is that right?
At the top of Egret, right?
It's on the, it would be on the, yeah. It'd be
So you
between
got it
Egret
in-
and Ibis, I think.
Yep.
I've got the old comp plan, the new comp plan.
Yeah.
I've got the area.
I know. So that's,
He's prepared.
Thank God. It's about time he comes in prepared, right? He's usually a darn slacker over there.
Hardly.
That's why we keep him on the end.
All right.
Yeah, so what about the Dolphin? Because it's stuck there, now
it
it's
seems
in.
like it would be, why wouldn't it be an extension of that
Agreed,
Yeah.
proposed mixed use? Because it's a boutique hotel with a tennis court next to it, I think, is that other lot, maybe?
Swimming pool out front.
Yeah.
What was it in before? Was it, what was it before, Sarah, do you know? Or Patrick, since you've got them all
Here.
zooming in there? It was in mixed residential before?
Okay.
But should we guarantee it some opportunity to be, would it be easier for its redevelopment if it was in the green zone?
Seems like it would, right? Because
I
it's,
think it would make sense.
they'll have,
So I think for that existing hotel, it does make sense, because I think we fully, so if it's mixed residential, it used to be residential. I think what we're saying is, it can stay residential, they have every right to do so, they don't have to.
But if they want to?
They could ask for it. Whereas we have commercial, or we had commercial pre-storm,
yeah.
so including
Including
them
it
within
in.
that activity center may be
A good idea.
facilitating redevelopment.
Right.
Yes.
But it doesn't
Require it.
harm
Yeah.
the neighbors in any way, because it was already commercial.
I would add it in.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would too.
On
We
the zoning
will-
map, it's showing as CR on the old zoning map.
Commercial.
commercial resort or whatever that.
We always ban it as well. Just a little bit quick note for your consideration as well is when you make use nodes, there's a certain aspect outside the code that you can use for redevelopment purposes, and that is branding.
Or park.
And so when you create a district and you create a brand for it, and that part of that often part of that brand, then sometimes that helps.
I can see that happening here.
Yeah.
So one of the things that was talked about before were, and I see it as artisanal retail, is that intended to allow people that are making their art being able to sell it in the same location?
Yes, they can come in many forms, either at a small space for a market to a art gallery. Just have to craft the appropriate regulations from a form-based perspective
But
to allow for that.
I think the intention there, right, was there was a movie theater there, and then there was a little art store at the bottom of the little condo. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, next to the bank.
Condo that you're talking
Yes,
about.
the condo
Yeah.
there.
What
So
was that called?
Commercial at the bottom.
right, they had a little commercial, but then they got rid of the commercial, and I think sold
Yes.
anyway.
It was called the gallery something.
Yeah. So, but those aren't there. Like the beach theaters was closed before the storm. So, I think.
But those
Are we
ones
creating
are
something that
back.
really wasn't there, right? Before,
Yes.
if we are, that's fine. I mean, but if we're trying to keep what was there, there's no theater going to be there, I don't think, anymore.
Well, the
Doesn't
theater's
sound-
there. I mean,
Yeah.
Yes, but it's not going to be.
It's intended to be a restaurant, I think.
I
Yeah.
understand,
So-
but I don't know that we've actually seen anything on that, have we?
No.
No.
Yeah.
And
No,
theater
please
is
don't.
movie theater. A motion picture movie theater is different than I think
Yeah.
arts and
Theater.
theater.
Yes, it is, for
So,
sure.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
but just back to the Dolphin. So there's two lots there. There's two pieces of property there. We should allow them to come back the way they were. I know they've like asphalted it recently, and I don't know if they're putting their tennis court back or something. I don't know what they're doing, but the point is, those are both lots. That
We should
that lot
include
on
them in
Ibis,
green.
right?
Yep.
Ibis and Estero, right?
It'll be
Well,
pickleball.
make the appropriate change.
Well, our pickleballs right across the street.
I think on the other side, so there's Dolphin, and then next door to that actually belongs to Sea Watch, which is across the street.
It belongs to Island Wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is where I live.
Yep.
The two tennis courts.
The
Yeah.
tennis courts.
doesn't belong to Dolphin.
No.
No,
No.
correct.
So it's a different.
Right, it belongs to Island Winds, which would be what, mixed residential, probably.
Well,
It's only it's only for tennis courts and a boat dock, but
So do we? So it's a condominium common element. Do we
Right.
It
want
is.
to put a new zoning district or a new future land use district on a condominium common element?
no.
Okay, that's what I'm
No, no.
asking.
Yeah, I would not include the Island Winds.
Okay.
Yeah,
Leave that
tennis
as it
courts.
is.
Yeah.
Leave that as
That's what I
just
was.
self-
So
Stop
just
at
the
Ibis.
half of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
stop at Ibis.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a prop. I'm looking at the LIPA aerial, and there's a property there where Dolphin had a tennis court. The Dolphin Inn had tennis courts. I'm pretty sure it was Dolphin Inn's tennis courts.
That's what I'm saying. That's Sea Watch.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
No.
that common element belongs to Sea Watch.
oh, Sea Watch had a tennis court.
Yeah,
there. Okay.
and that's next to Dolphin Inn, so
Gotcha,
it looks
gotcha,
like it
I
belongs
wouldn't
to
change
Dolphin
anything
Inn.
that belongs to a condominium.
No, we wouldn't. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, that's
Just
what I
the
was trying to
hotel.
figure
Yeah.
out. Thank you.
Yeah.
right.
Sea Watch stays the same.
Are we all clear on that now?
Sorry.
yes, ma'am.
Hallelujah. Let's move on. Okay.
Perfect.
Well, no, Patrick? That's okay.
So I look at the old future land use map, and what we're showing as activity center was Boulevard. So at least logically, we're keeping the same boundaries.
Yep.
It makes sense to me. I do want to be sensitive to, we received letters from some of the owners around there. I can't remember what they said exactly. Do we feel comfortable that we've at least acknowledged their letters? And I can't remember what their points were, but do we address their points? Do we?
You should have a copy of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have it here.
It was an email.
Yeah.
We haven't increased
Pat, are you talking about
density,
the
and
activity
it's not our
center
intent
area
to
or the,
increase
arts?
intensity.
Exactly.
Right.
So then Mound moves to Boulevard.
And the details regarding height and uses will be handled within the LDC update. So I don't think that, I mean, other than, we added a few properties, we went a little bit further.
Which is just to go back to what
Yeah.
it was.
But we, we also recognize that we went in one up from the movie theater. So if that was a concern, okay, we're bringing it back down. So that is a single family residential there still. So I don't think that we're doing anything to that neighborhood that.
I think Ms. Madden's concern is this, it's commercial encroachment into our neighborhood, which, we're all concerned about. But I don't, I think what we've done here is clarify that, and it does not expand.
Right.
It doesn't expand into our neighborhood.
Okay. That was it. If we've acknowledged this and we addressed it, I'm.
But I tell you, this is one of the best written letters, emails I can remember getting. It's
you're involved in the
so
family.
thorough and precise. So, Miss Madden, if you're watching this, kudos to your letter writing, and she just lays it out beautifully.
Right.
Okay, so all right, let's move on to the next section.
Santini.
Oh, Patrick, you need to eat one of your crackers, honey. It's been a long day.
This is a tough day.
This is kind of dangerous.
Would you open up the poor man's crackers for him?
He's probably too weak.
He is too weak.
Damn.
God love him.
Right.
All right, here we go with the Santini Village Mixed Use District. We also touched on this. Do we need to touch on it again? Anyone?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It was, yeah, it's what it was before, is what Sarah said. So there's no marina there, but there was no marina there before.
It was in the Santini plan.
It's in the
Correct.
Santini.
It was in the
Village.
Santini
And
group.
it does state that the marina use shall remain.
Yes,
Right.
it does.
I mean, in the future, if you want to include Glenelg, we left it off. That would be a natural extension in the future, but it doesn't have to be there now.
Well,
No, I wouldn't.
Does it include the firehouse and things or whatever that was back down that
Yeah.
street?
Yeah, we were asked to include that at actually your request, actually.
Yeah, the fire station's there, but then it's done.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I agree.
Yeah, there's nothing, everything else is mixed residential down there.
Awesome. All right.
There's the maximum non-residential here.
1.5. Yeah, Mario will fit for all.
Let's make sure it fits for all.
Yep. Boulevard, I believe we had the holdover question from earlier in the meeting on that. I think that looking at it, based on our conversation, I would still strike that last sentence. But as the concern is existing, then there's parallel text that we just copy and paste over from the other district with essentially, if we recall from earlier on, we had, if you have it, you can still have it. We just take that same sentence and we apply it here.
Okay.
And that should alleviate the concern from earlier, I believe, right?
And remove the plan development rezoning process, I think is what Patrick had raised.
Yes, and that as well. Yep. Yep, we'll strike that as well. All right.
Pedestrian commercial?
Pedestrian commercial. How are we addressing this again, Sarah?
Does anybody have any questions on this section?
No. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we can clarify, as Sarah mentioned.
Right.
Yeah, I was saying, every time we have the mention of the platted overlay, the up to 10 units per acre, I'm okay with our consultant and staff wanting to clarify that. I don't have a problem with that, but let's not remove that completely.
Well, yeah. We could also remove the entire designation for it. It's no longer something that you have on the map.
That's right.
It's not on the map.
So the question is before we remove it, is sometimes you have things in the comp plan. For example, City of Homestead had it where they have categories in there for the future. They want to go back to it, or they want to put something in new. Just because you have a definition for it doesn't mean you have to have it on the map. It just gives you the opportunity to redesignate it. So our question as a consultant and staff to you was whether or not we just remove this entirely. But we're okay with removing entirely, that we would suggest, but we need to clear that with you first.
What are your thoughts on that? Any, John or Jim, any comment on that? We're moving, I'm wondering why we need it at this point.
I'm not sure we need it if it's not listed in the legend on the map, personally.
John, Jim, what do you think?
Sarah wants to say something.
I don't want to hear from Sarah. I want to hear from you, Jim. What, Sarah?
So my thought is it doesn't hurt to leave it in there if you needed to move something to a different, because the mixed use districts kind of need to have enough area to create some, I'm not coming up with the words, I apologize. Critical mass, there you go. Need to have enough, acreage, space, businesses to do something. Whereas if somebody just wants to change to a slightly more intensive and just do a single unit, this would, allow, like if they wanted to do a CPD,
Yes.
they might want to change from medium residential to pedestrian commercial and then do their own CPD. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So from a flexibility standpoint, reserving the clarification with the definition, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. It might be a little confusing if somebody looks and they're like, well, where is it on the map? But it's an opportunity.
Then I have no objection to leaving it with that kind of clarification.
How do you guys feel about that, Doug?
I'm okay with it if it gives flexibility for a certain type of commercial
Patrick?
development.
I like keeping it. One thing I'd like to point out, though, is some of the language that's used there talks about this is the most intense future land use category for the town. And I think there's value in identifying what that intent is. And we haven't really translated that as clearly in the new district for downtown. I think the FAR that we apply infers that by saying 2.5, but I think having the language of this is meant to be intense, and I think there's value in having that, if not for anybody else coming in the future and asking for something and pointing to what the intent was in the first place. The intent and the idea was this was going to be the most intense development area of Fort Myers Beach.
Right. We had shied away from that for your consultants because we had gotten a lot of back and forth on that, on whether we call it moderate or medium or high, and how that kind of plays differently in the mind of different folks. If you say relatively high, well, you have single family. Well, 5 stories is relatively high, but that's not going to be high elsewhere. If we take it from our professional standpoint, all these at most are going to be moderate, low moderate. But then, we may get pushback like, well, are we really changing anything, or is that going to disincentivize investment? We're happy to put in the words moderate, low moderate, and so forth at your direction, but I think that what I want to point out before we do so.
I don't know what I'd have to give it some thought as to what
Me too.
the most appropriate language, but I think what this does is even from a relative standpoint, even if yes, this is a lot less intense than in Miami, we get it.
Right.
So, but from a relative standpoint of Fort Myers Beach, these are still intended to be the most intense nodes on the beach. So I think there's a need to convey that somehow. I don't know what the appropriate language is, but let's just respect that was identified and that we keep that in mind in the future of those nodes were intended to be the most intense for Fort Myers Beach, whatever that may be.
Right. That I think it's a good way of kind of threading that needle because you're making it you're tying it back to the quality to the community and not what's outside, and so that gives a better depth to the definition from an understanding standpoint.
Okay.
We'll make those changes accordingly.
Are you getting all this, Mario? Wonderful. Good. Okay, the next one is Marina. And we all
Marina.
agree that Marina should stay in.
Right.
It's
yeah.
very valuable to the community. I mean, we're an island, and having that use, I think, is super important.
Yep. It should say 1.5 now. I want to point that out right off the bat. We had mentioned 4 dwelling units per acre and discussion with staff. That comes from staff recommendation, actually. What this also helps by preserving this is that the state does want the comprehensive plan when you're a coastal community to consider your working waterfront. And that's actually part of the state statutes in your review. And so this actually helps you meet that criteria by preserving this. If you recall, when we did not have this, we actually worked the working waterfront criteria to help you meet the review process later on by incorporating that directly into the mixed-use district. Because these marinas are now what it is, we've taken those aspects back out and placed them accordingly. And it is an important point, though, because when it goes to the state coordinated review process, they will look for that.
Okay, very good.
Run that by me again, the 4 units per acre, was that existing or is that proposed?
Sarah?
It's very low.
Yeah.
The allowed density was very low. I don't recall what it was exactly, but we can double check on
And
that.
again, just consistent with what it was,
Yeah.
not more. That brings up a good issue of we're looking at some of these mixed-use opportunities on the beach. And I don't know if we've got policies that clearly address density versus intensity and how you, so the whole double dipping issue that you see in a lot of communities where it's, other communities have policies that it's very clear. You can try to maximize both your intensity and your density, or there's ways to address it. It's not. I don't think it's clear today, and we do have some projects that will be mixed use. And how do you deal with both density and intensity?
That's a very good point because it's something that's constantly confused, and I find very confusing for most people. And when projects come up and you start talking about density, intensity, that's a good point that Patrick raises. What are your thoughts on that, Sarah? You're kind of up, kind of down.
So I think that it would be very good if we did have a specific policy about how we want to do that. I think that it makes the most sense to apply intensity to have the limit on density, but also to apply the intensity limitation, because intensity is how much bulk you have on the site. So having the overall bulk, and within that, you can, we could look at it like form-based when it comes to mixed use. You get this bulk, and within that, you can fit, however much density you can get and however much retail space you can get, but it all has to fit in the box. That's my thought. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
It's a tough issue because I've had people ask me on the beach where it was a hotel, a little hotel with a certain intensity. So it was commercial lodging. And they're non-conforming from a density standpoint. So they have more units on there than we would currently allow. But moving forward, they're not thinking about doing hotel. They would like to go to residential. Residential is very limited. So they're having to weigh what they really want to do versus what could be a higher and best use type of deal. And they're like, well, what if we do mixed? And I'm like, well, I'm not sure what the answer is if you do a mix of both. And it's unclear. And we could deal with those one-on-one as plan developments for sure. But again, it's up to, we're going to have to probably address that in the near future with some projects.
Well, and a planned development would be very costly if they are small. So you're back to the catch-22, is it viable to build? And so,
They're not that small.
Yeah, but if they're doing
but there are
something,
some that are that
Yeah.
small. There actually are, I can think of one.
They might be able to take advantage of what we're trying to put through, though, the planned development.
with the development agreement?
Yeah.
And the reason I bring it up is when you look at least the vision I have, or the mental picture I have of an activity center is promoting mixed use. And if you don't find a way to clearly address if you want to do a little commercial with a little lodging and a little residential and how that works, if it's the only way I'm going to find out is by asking for it through a PD, that's a little reactionary. We're not being proactive in trying to define it. So I'm just highlighting the fact that we don't have clear direction in our comp plan as to how we do it.
And that's partially by design based on the comments we got back. If you recall earlier iteration, we had brought forward concepts such as not only just the FAR, but what is your blueprint, what the floor plate coverage? Is it 90%, is it 80%, is it 70%? Because those are the dimensions that actually restrict your intensity. Now, does that mean you necessarily need them in a comp plan? That's a policy choice. You can choose to have your maximum intensity in the form of dictating your maximum floor plate and so forth, and another aspect. But if you, in the absence of that, then it will apply your land development code to the ideas of setback, of height limitation, of second and upper story height setbacks, and so forth. There's no correct answer for how you can apply that, except that there is one wrong answer. It's if you set it in your comprehensive plan and the intensity is lower than what you
End up needing.
want it to actually be. But past that, there's really no wrong way to address it, either by setting the maximum in your comprehensive plan, or if it's not there. Originally, we did recommend a series of that and presented that to y'all. But past that, then it's about how and in what manner you put it in your code, especially on a form basis.
So, so here I'm thinking, I have no idea what property it was you were talking to, but I'm just thinking about that little parcel, that little hotel that was called Villa Gulf or something, right there beside Sandcaper, or not, whatever,
Or
on the
also
on the
Gulfview.
corner.
I mean-
Yeah. So what you're saying is that maybe someone would want to take what was a hotel and instead now have 8 condominium units, let's say, or 4 condominium units on top floor. On the second floor have 20 hotel units, and then on the ground floor have a store, a little market, and something else. Is that what you're envisioning?
Yeah, or a combination of any of that. But
We got the periwinkle, we got.
Yeah, but it's interesting.
So I think this is an interesting discussion.
Yeah, thanks.
However, he's very limited on time, and I think that we can put this in the land development code, and that's what I would prefer we do,
In the land
since this
okay.
this could get really big.
Thank you, Sarah.
I think that this is an important topic,
Okay.
but
Well, then will you
can go
remember
somewhere
it?
else.
Because I think
But
it's
easier
very
to
interesting.
change in the land development code than it is in the comp plan.
Yes. So if we
So
can-
Eddie, I'm also going to take back the willy-nilly comment, because clearly we are a little willy-nilly sometimes. That's
Oh, good.
Okay.
okay. Next is recreation and open space. Did anybody have any questions or issues on this section?
Nope.
Okay. Wetlands. I don't think anybody's going to have anything on that. And tidal water. And then the next zone, the next section is platted overlay, and this is totally taken out. And Eddie, remind us the reason why it's totally taken out, because you've redefined it other places.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it just subsumed everything else.
I
Patrick?
apologize, Anita. I clearly did not come here prepared. I'm reading the
We're giving you a
recreation-
pass today, honey.
Yeah.
Total pass.
I'm reading the recreation open space.
Yeah.
Okay, so you, we assign a very low density, but we do assign a density to the rec area, 1 to 20, and that's gone. I do know that a lot of these beach redevelopments, it doesn't account to a lot of units, but it could be where, it could be enough to round up to 1 extra unit. So people value that density even if it's very low. There's a value to them.
But for recreational land owned by the
No, so
City?
most of all the beachfront lots and existing hotels, their land goes all the way to the water. And there's a component where they can't develop on the rec part, but they can get some limited density. And it's extremely little, but there's a value to that density. It could, if you've got several acres, it could be, could wind up with 0.25 a unit, but that 0.25 might be enough to create where you round up and you get 1 extra unit.
So what would you
But-
create on a recreation? Like as I look at the recreation.
It's just a way to calculate your density. So if you're
Like
if you're-
using half of Estero Boulevard.
yes, your property has both a designation of recreation and something else. You can only develop on whatever that other future land use category, but you can generate some limited density.
Do you understand what he's saying, Eddie?
Yes and no. Yes, because you're essentially transferring on a property that is a top one designation to the other, but and how it actually would be practically applied here, you still have the 1978 coastal construction line, so that would prohibit you from a building on the parks and recreation area. So that kind of solved that question because from the standpoint of the acreage and
you
open
never
space
get to build anything on
calculations
rec.
at the,
You just get-
you need to not build on recreational open space
course.
in order to account for your concurrency requirements. But otherwise become residential and not recreational open space, which is
But are you-
why there's a incongruency there that I'm trying to
you
resolve
would
in my
think
head.
Patrick also-
Isn't Patrick saying? Aren't you saying though that you like, for instance, Isla or like the Wyndham, they have a beachfront, they have a recreation area that has a density to it. They could use that density on their property,
Yeah.
right? On the property they could build on.
Yeah.
So basically, you give them no.
No,
Okay.
because legally speaking, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, if you are half, you can, say your property is half beachfront, half residential. Your
Right.
residential has a maximum density. What you're implying here de facto does a TDR type transfer that would not actually be legally permissible without some other mechanism. So that the argument of transferring that instead of building on the actual property itself doesn't make sense to me.
I can tell you, and I understand what you're saying, but I can tell you that we do not have that clarified, and that's not the way it's been applied for decades on Fort Myers Beach. So you can generate density that you can cluster. Again, it's not a transfer because it is one unified property. It's clustered within that property, and there's 2 designation on it.
But it also says here it has to be 20 acres
No. So what it says is it's 1 unit per
per
20
20
acres.
acres.
So again, if you've got 10 acres, you get half a unit, okay? So let's assume the scenario where you've got 10 acres of recreational, and your total property might be 50 acres. So the 10 acres, you would get
Where do we have something?
half a
like
unit. You're never going to be able to build in the rec, but that half unit
Yeah,
will
I
be
get that.
applied to whatever other density, and it could be just enough to round it up. To
We
then-
don't have 50 acres.
Sarah,
on
what
this
are you
I
property.
know.
saying?
We're-
Yeah,
I'm not
this
very,
is
Jane, I'm
theoretical.
not very good at math.
Okay.
Remember,
I need to keep nice,
he's
big
off
whole
today.
numbers.
Sarah,
Okay.
I've never seen an instance where it did make a difference. However, you are correct. If it's a single unified parcel and half of it is rec and half of it is
Buildable.
whatever,
Yeah.
you see this on a lot of the hotel properties, Pink Shell, the
Wyndham, Outrigger.
Yeah. So
That's a
there
lot
could
of
be
beachfront.
potential to round up I mean, you have to have a lot of acreage for it to make any difference, but
So then do we want to leave this last sentence in here?
we can leave it. It doesn't hurt.
Okay.
I've never had it make a difference, but it could.
But you
Okay.
know what?
You
We're
never
in
know.
extraordinary times.
That's-
Right, and I do think it would be, it would diminish what they had, right?
Yeah.
So we would rather leave it in, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you run into trouble later, you can always strike it dead.
Thank you, Eddie.
Well,
All right.
You told us.
So, Patrick, thank you for bringing us back to that. Now, willy-nilly. All right, so the next, we're all kind of silly today. So then the next policy, or it's the revised future land use 1B12, defines all the land use types.
All right.
Do we need to go through those specifically? Or, so go ahead.
Right before that, we've got the platted overlay, and again,
That-
just to put it on record,
All right,
you guys are gonna look at that and how the 10 units per acre.
yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go through by page now. Eddie, if you have something, Sarah, or anyone here, you let me know. So page 21, anybody have any issues here with land use types defined or with public facilities? If not, anything on schools, applying the future land use map, legal effect, or commercial intensity?
No comment.
Want me to give that one a minute? Because of the commercial intensity portion? Which doesn't look like there's anything. Okay. I'll move on to page 23. Commercial locations.
Oh.
Yes, Patrick?
Yeah, I'm
Back up?
yeah, backing up.
Okay.
I'm looking at the schools
Yes.
category.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm trying to follow the sentence saying, public schools are allowed in all districts. And then it says, provided that the school is, and then where are we going? Does it end, is and compliant? Is that,
Not C-word of,
okay?
Not seaward of the,
Yeah.
Okay.
and compliant with flood and other regulations.
Well, we can't have and compliant.
Correct.
We can't have that. The school is not compliant right now with flood regulations.
Oh,
It is designated historical on the Federal Register.
so then let's just include that,
Yes.
unless designated
Yeah. And that needed.
historic.
Or just exempt the school completely from this. We have one school that's exempt. That school.
Good
We
point.
fought very hard for this school.
That's true.
And let's not have anything jeopardize it.
Yes, I agree.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Let's do it.
So Patrick, what would you like to eliminate here? You want to exempt our existing school? It's a historic,
And comply with flood and other regulations. I don't know, as soon as you say compliant with flood.
that
it's
makes
not
our school
compliant, it's fine, yeah.
non-compliant.
Do you want to make a specific exemption, like exempting Beach Elementary School?
I don't know. I'm a little
Or can you
frazzled
do that?
today. I don't know if I'll come up with the best language, so I'm just.
I like you, frazzled.
You just exempt the Beach Elementary School.
I would exempt the existing historic
Be specific.
Beach Elementary School.
Draw a box
Okay.
around it.
Can we do
That could
that?
be, yeah, that is exactly how I put it. The historic Beach Elementary School is exempt from
And making
this
sure that-
requirement.
Perfect.
We don't limit that to
Right.
having extensions.
But if, for
or
example, they built a new
add-ons.
school, it would have to comply with all of this.
Yeah, a private provider comes in and you have a charter school for 15 students because
Yes.
it's not a particularly large community, but you do have that localized need, and could be public, could be private, could be charter, whatever. Then yeah, we will
Okay.
want them to comply.
Okay. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Moving on to future land use 1C3, which is commercial locations. Does anybody want to take a quick 2-minute break, 5-minute break? Anybody? I do. You've got you've got wait,
Do
let's
it,
go.
so-
Can we go to 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
He's got a 2 o'clock meeting.
15 more minutes.
Wait, Eddie, are you
Eddie's
leaving?
leaving?
I have to, I do
have to leave?
Yeah.
Doug has to leave? Do you have to leave too?
No.
Okay. How about you, John?
No, I'm okay.
Yay.
I need a break at some
You
point.
need a break. Let's take a break.
Our Mario will be here for the rest of the duration that you need him to be.
Eddie, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
patience with us and your endurance.
Well, my pleasure. I feel like we're making really good progress.
I do
and,
too.
We're settling things, and that's going to be it. The things that we
This is it.
covered, that's it. Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Making
Done deal.
progress.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, progress
Thank you
is
very
great.
much. Safe travels
Thank you.
home, Eddie.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you again. Okay. back live after having our yogurt raisins and everything. And Doug had to leave, and Don is currently taking care of some business, and he will return. So, Mario, come on up and tell us your name for the record, and we'll start with where we left off, which is with building heights.
All right,
Unless
please.
somebody needs to go back. Patrick wants to go back, so where are we
All right,
going
we'll
to
go back
start?
one more.
Where are we going to go back to, Patrick?
Thank you, everyone. My name is Mario Duran. I'm with the Corradino Group, and I've been
Nice to meet you, Mario.
Likewise, and I'm nice to meet you, and it's a pleasure to be here. I didn't expect so much activity on the island so soon, and it's really impressed.
It is quite impressive. You're absolutely right.
We are
Yeah.
resilient.
Yeah.
Patrick, where do you want to scoot back to?
Page 14, commercial intensity.
Page 14?
He's on an earlier version, as am I.
Oh, so you're using the little blue letters, the little blue
Yes,
numbers. Okay.
Page 22
I
of
got it.
112.
Okay,
I
so
believe.
what policy, commercial intensity?
Yes,
FLU 1C2.
Yes, so commercial intensity says, will encourage more intense commercial uses on properties with frontage on Estero Boulevard and only in the mixed use and commercial categories. So we decided to keep pedestrian commercial. And we also, and again, I don't know how we're gonna address Boulevard, but assuming that Boulevard is going to be opened up a little more for other uses, then some of those uses may be more intense. Therefore, that should be included also in there.
So along with mixed use and commercial at the Boulevard.
Yeah, and keep the pedestrian commercial.
Yes, because we're leaving it in.
Yep.
Good point.
Anybody have any questions or thoughts on that, or do we move on? Okay.
Agreed.
Commercial locations. Building heights.
Well,
Jim?
the words, the town may encourage taller buildings. I guess I would prefer the town may entertain. Encourage seems like we are promoting height, which we know is a hot button.
Yeah, encourage is probably the absolute worst word to have there. Historically, or maybe it's not. Entertain, Jim, or allow, or what could a better word be there? Consider.
Yeah.
Consider.
I consider.
Thank you for that, Jim. Anybody have anything else here on this particular section? Okay. So there is one change here going from 2 to 3 stories. Did you see that?
But there's an or
So
there,
do we,
too.
do we count the ground level as a story? Or,
Yes. Yeah, the ground level is counted as a story. We have discovered, and we were aware of, and we're going to be proposing it actually at the next LPA hearing, a change to the downtown zoning district where it currently says you can only have 2 stories, which means 1 story over flood.
That will be coming back to us at our next meeting?
Yes.
Excellent, because I was going to bring that up. Could I just elaborate on that for a second?
Sure.
So I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's looking to sell their property, and the question to me was, Anita, what can I build in Times Square? I said, two stories over flood, 30 feet. You shaking your head?
You can't today.
Because you have to count the ground floor. So I went, what? And I said,
do you guys
no,
not
that's
listen to
impossible.
me?
What?
Do you guys not listen to me?
I don't
brought
usually,
it. I
it's
think
about
I
50% of the
I
time.
brought it up about 10 times.
You
already.
have?
Yes.
yes, and I agreed with him.
Well, I'm telling you, Patrick, I missed it because I made the comment that, this hasn't, it's never been tested. When did you bring that up?
Each time it came up,
Well, I apologize.
I thought it was just
Maybe I
known
heard
that
it
was
differently.
2 over flood.
It's two over flood, you can build 2 stories over flood, however, you know what, I
No,
even made the
it's-
comment that I was
it's two-
surprised you
it's
hadn't
two
brought it up.
stories. 2 stories, including anything on the ground level.
Anything on the ground
So
level.
if you've lost your ground level,
Yep.
you essentially have lost value in 1 story that you could
Huge.
potentially use
Okay,
for
so it's
commerce.
coming next month. Fantastic news. Okay. And then theoretically, would it come next month and go to the council to their following meeting?
So
It
when
would
this moves
require
to
correct
3 stories-
advertising, and I'm not sure that we could advertise it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we would have to skip the following meeting and get it on the next
Yeah.
one.
In May,
Yeah,
or
Yeah.
last meeting of April?
yeah, something like that.
I'd have to look at the dates.
Last
Okay.
budget meeting.
Very good, thank you.
So this has changed to 3, so that still means ground level 1 and 2.
So how,
And
are
you
we
still
going
have the opportunity to do a plan development, ask for more.
But here's my question. No taller than 2, so we've stricken the original 2 and said 3. So we're giving them a floor. The ground floor for developments along shall be encouraged to provide non-habitable space. Why are we increasing the stories, is my question. We're not increasing, why?
Because the zoning districts allow it, and all of our zoning districts allow it, except for that one little place in the downtown. So
Good answer.
it just
Okay.
matches.
Okay. Mario, you stop me when you've got something to point out or question, okay?
Okay.
Density? Any issues on this policy? And computed densities.
Yeah,
What is it?
again, we
Are reducing it.
we're reducing people's
Yeah,
existing
yeah.
property rights. So currently they can use the canals and part of the
And the
right of way,
streets.
and we're reducing that.
So Mario, as you review this, this is a biggie for us. We don't want to increase abilities in the comp plan, but we also don't want to eliminate somebody's ability in the comp plan.
And I'll give you a perfect example on that when it comes to rounding up. I've got a property close to my home where years ago it was for sale. And if you included the canal portion of it and the right-of-way portion of it, you went from being able to put 1 house on that property to 2, because you had enough that you could round up to the additional unit. So yeah, those things make a difference.
So we want to,
Okay,
You know,
Retain it.
all right. Transient densities. This has all been stricken, except for the first sentence.
Yeah, in an attempt to simplify, so using the establishing the new with the established new FARs that are being proposed, that's what would set the standard for the transient density. Whichever one is the more restrictive of those.
So how does that work? I'm not, when we say whichever is most restrictive, when we say we're going to have different FARs for different places, so it's not the most restrictive. I don't get whichever is the most restrictive. I don't understand it, how that's applied.
And it's in the LDC opposed to the comp plan.
Yeah. So I don't know that it actually needs to say whichever is most restrictive, because it's just the Land Development Code shall provide for the uses of commercial, mixed use, or transient residential FAR, whichever is more restrictive, and a minimum hotel motel sizes as calculated by as the basis for calculating transient residential units. So I don't even know that we need to say the transient residential units or whichever is most restrictive. I think that we can just say provide for the usage of commercial, mixed use, or transient residential FAR.
And a minimum hotel size.
Yeah, but not even have to calculate. Not even have to calculate that density. It's just FAR.
Yeah.
This sort of brings me to an issue. So right now, we have a lot. No, you know what? I'm not going to touch on it. We can touch on it in the LDC.
God bless you, Sarah.
We like that.
Yeah, so whichever is the most restrictive, definitely strike that.
We'll try that.
Yeah.
And then you'll be clarifying in the LDC. Okay.
Okay. Accessory dwelling units for residential properties.
I'd like to throw something out on this is Collier County has, in their definitions, that an accessory dwelling unit can't be larger than 60% of the primary structure.
60% of primary structure.
There's no restriction on the size of what the accessory dwelling unit could be here. Do we care? Do we want to have it so that it can't be of equal or
Sarah's
size
up.
of the primary unit?
One of the reasons that we don't have that, well, I don't know that we could do that at this point because that would be more restrictive, but also we have what we're calling accessory dwelling units, and we don't really have any sort of limit on it. It has to be smaller than the primary. There is no necessarily primary and accessory. You know, a lot of times they're treated as duplexes. They're similar in size, and we don't necessarily treat it as like here's a house and here's the guest unit. Does that make sense? So it's just applied differently
But I
here
guess
than in
what
a lot
Jim's
of
saying is, should we?
locations. I don't know that we can because we haven't had it before. So I'm not sure that we would be able to limit that.
Do we, other than vested or non-conforming units, I don't think we currently allow accessory dwelling units.
I believe it's existing only and special exception. But we have a lot of existing and we wouldn't necessarily want to put additional requirements on those because they are a lot of them are
grandfathered in, so.
yeah, but a lot of them are being treated size-wise as, you know, like it's a duplex, you know, they're both the same size units.
And I think that's it. My understanding is we don't allow them anymore. It's all existing or somehow they were approved somehow or vested. And they're going to retain those rights as the size. So I agree with you. Should we decide as a town that we are going to start allowing accessory dwelling units, there should definitely be a cap. I agree with you, but right now we don't allow it.
Is that not something that we might want to promote for affordable housing?
I think I've told everybody before, I would support that for owner occupied. But it does open up a can of worms of.
And then would it
people
be
don't have to-
available for Airbnb and the rest of that too, right?
But
That's where we ran into an issue. We were trying to find ways to, you know, and we had a lot of conversations about affordable housing before and after the storm. There was interest in affordable housing, workforce housing, attainable housing prior to the storm. There was a lot less after. So, and I think one of our biggest issues would be how do we ensure that it remains affordable, that it doesn't get turned into a rental unit. It would
town doesn't
require,
want it,
the town to take an active role in this process, and it doesn't seem like something that is of interest to the town right now, although we have talked about it, and I think that the auxiliary dwelling units may have, you know, some role on that which is the next one. This is a new policy.
and if we look at this one, what it says is by having that, keeping that in the comp plan, if we change our land development code to allow them, we've got them. And just an FYI, what we have is it's counted as half a unit from a density standpoint. So I'm okay with
Roxana.
that, but we have to acknowledge that.
But that auxiliary dwelling units is only talking about commercial, so on commercial properties, and residential properties have these units. So we need to keep something in there for them.
Yeah. Well, let's read this next policy, which is auxiliary dwelling units for commercial properties. This is all new. The town shall explore and provide the land development regulations that provide auxiliary dwelling units in existing commercial structures while maintaining commercial uses on the ground floor. The town shall explore density transfer of existing transient units in properties designated commercial to facilitate the development of auxiliary dwelling units on properties with a land use designation of commercial. That's a doozy.
So this concept of auxiliary dwelling units is coming from Arlington, Virginia, and that's to allow for residential units on commercial buildings.
Yep.
The idea is to pull from those properties that were originally with the land use designation of commercial and pull the density that they have, those properties, and be allowed to be transferred to these new units. But this is a directive as to explore and to explore and
Get our input on.
yeah,
Okay.
as opposed to
So what do you all think of this? Sarah, what did you think of this?
I thought it was a really good idea, something that we should look into, especially with the transfer of units. That might make a lot of sense because we would be creating potentially housing units that could be affordable for workforce in, smaller units over, retail, something like that. So it seems like a good thing to look at.
Shipwreck on Old San Carlos. How would that work? He could.
There's already some existing density
Sure.
on those units, and this would be sort of like, let's look and see what we can do, and if there's a way to ensure that these are housing units as opposed to rental units. I think that's the big interest here. It doesn't specifically say that, but it's a way for us to ensure that we're looking at it.
I think a good example is we had the interior design place that came to us,
Yes.
and the owner's going to live on top.
Yep.
That would be auxiliary to the commercial, and I think to me that's a great use. I think that's I think we should definitely explore it.
How will we protect the notion that it will be residential, not rentals?
And I think that's something that we have to look into, because that was, and we wanted to include something that sort of encouraged more exploration in this area, because we know that it's needed, but right now we're not in a position as a town to manage that program. But maybe there's a way to find some options, to find some spaces for, workforce housing, which is, in high demand.
And I think there's a few ways that come to mind right away of someone has to be employed, one of the businesses in that building, or it could be you put a minimum 6-month lease has to be you have to enter into a long-term lease with someone 6 months or more, and while you don't have to provide a whole lot of evidence, you do have to provide a copy of the lease. So
Yeah, you put a covenant restriction or something on it, and
Okay, I like the idea. What do you guys think?
I think it's great.
Okay.
Get up.
Okay.
So I've been kind of quiet because I haven't really.
We're grateful for that, Nancy.
Well, what is the understanding of the word explore? Have you used that in other comp plans? Because I don't want to have the town in a position where it's supposed to be taking some very proactive action and has it not. I don't know.
I can see for that.
So we changed, what
does
Jim, what was the
explore mean?
word?
Entertain.
What was the word?
Consider.
Consider is the word.
And not that it was my word
Yes.
either.
No,
It's
it
just
was
that I
their
want to
word.
give some parameters as far as what are we actually committing to doing.
I like consider better. So in
Okay.
other words, somebody's going to bring it to us. We're not going to go out exploring for these opportunities.
Well, I mean, it could be consider, it could be evaluate, it could be, I mean, and they're very
Yeah, what have you
subjective
seen in
terms.
other?
I've seen evaluate, and I've seen consider, but consider is
I like
is,
evaluate.
Okay, I would prefer something that's a little more, a little bit more proactive than consider, because consider is like, well, I thought about it, and I don't want to do it.
And is that the
Not
will of
quite
the
enough.
LPA? Something a little bit more than
Okay.
just
So
thinking about
evaluate.
it.
More objective than
Okay.
subjective.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Density transfers. You know, density transfer has been a thorn in the side of the town from day one. And I'll tell you why. Let's see where I find it here. It has to do with proximity. Two parcels affected by that are in close, you've eliminated it. That has been the thorn. So, you know, London Bay bought the Outrigger. They also bought, what's the other one down here? I want to call it Seabird. It's not Seabird.
Sandpiper?
Sandpiper. And so,
Seabird.
if they wanted to transfer the Charlie's Boathouse density to the what is it called? Not Seabird.
Sandpiper?
Sandpiper. The Sandpiper, it would be a whole discussion about proximity. And we've had this, Jane, I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember the particular case. And proximity always came up to essentially adjacent.
Well, we did it right here, because the Tom Kohler at the Tiki transferred the back lot of his property, or the lot that was here on Estero Boulevard that drove through and comes through the
That's
pool
true,
area.
we did that. That's
And-
true, we did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we
So-
had to get around
But
that.
proximity is this is how always been a thorn. So I'm glad to see that gone.
We did it someplace else,
Okay.
I can't think of.
I know, I don't remember either. Utility services, map amendments, nothing's changed. Policy 4C11, Santos Road. This was a particular section in the comp plan. Why has this been eliminated completely?
That's now part of the proposed Times Square sub-district, downtown Times Square.
So, all right, thank you. Okay,
But does that?
did it take anything away from them?
Yeah,
I don't think it did.
I'm looking at the map. I think it's inclusive of all the lots along Santos all the way to the canals.
Yes.
If I see it. So I think
The canal.
I remember this discussion when we did the comp
it
plan.
says is interested in considering, so it didn't grant anything. So I think by actually including it in this mixed-use district, if anything, they gain opportunities.
Yep. Okay. Post-disaster redevelopment. Sarah, Doug said that he had mentioned a concern to you here. Was it this or post-disaster build back? Can you share what this concern was?
Okay. Sorry, you had a didn't you have a discussion with?
Yeah, he
Oh,
mentioned
Maria.
that it was concerned with, particularly in this, we're looking at policy 1D1. Yeah, and then item 2A, federal requirements for elevation above the 100-year floodplain. And he was advising that currently FEMA and I believe Collier County is at the 500-year floodplain. So if we wanted to update that, but one way that we can do sort of a catch-all is just to make it say that it should be consistent with the Florida Building Code and current FEMA requirements. And just cleans that up.
Much better.
Okay.
Do you see that, Patrick?
I think we cover A, B, and
I-
C.
I have to give it some thought, but it says development also. And I think buildings, Doug might be right on that. I don't know what they're asking for, but when you build a roadway, for example, the crown of the road is subject to, in most jurisdictions, 100-year floodplain. So going to 500-year floodplain, from even like a basic site improvement standpoint and development of a road, the height of the crown of the road, I think that could affect it. So I would just keep that in mind.
But this is just for post-disaster, so this is just for the buildings. So we wouldn't be talking about,
Building,
so this is the post-disaster build back policy.
buildings.
So I don't, I don't think it affects roadways.
Says, yeah, buildings/development. I don't know.
Well, I think Mario has a good suggestion. Could you tell us what you said again,
Yeah,
Mario?
I
I'm
was just saying
sorry.
that we'd make it just consistent with the current Florida building codes or FEMA standards, and it would catch all of it, whether it's 100 or 500.
Okay. So the next one is hazard mitigation, and it stays the same with the addition of storm surges, flooding, sea level. You've got sea level
Oh, yeah, thank you.
rise and coastal erosion. The pre-disaster build back policy. Anything there?
Wait a minute.
I will.
Yeah, and I think the provision we added is to encourage, more resilient design.
I thought that we had discussed that there was some increase that was possible for hallways,
For common
entryways,
areas.
things like that for handicap accessibility and that kind of stuff.
All that
Over the
conversation.
perfect footprint. I mean, you can't do like they did at the north end where they 10 times the building somehow, but there is a little bit of flexibility in there for that kind of stuff.
So we need to remove the original square footage.
Well, I think we need to,
I mean, because we made quite a few changes to that section, like
I know, well, what
to
do you
allow
think with
something.
with the things that we have permitted after that, they certainly haven't met the original square footage.
Yeah, so I'm thinking the existing lawful density and intensity and just take out up to the original square footage.
But then how big can they make it?
With the original.
If we're taking it out, are we taking out the original square footage?
Yeah, so we would take out the original square footage and probably intensity. I mean, I'm not even sure what exactly that means, and I'm not sure why we need that necessarily called out here. Well, okay, so the pre-disaster build back is when somebody comes to you and asks for a CPD in order to redevelop. So that may, I mean, that ties your hands.
No, I think if you ask for a CPD, you're not utilizing the
You're not
pre-disaster.
utilizing these provisions.
No, yeah, the pre-disaster, you did have to come back, didn't you?
I think pre-disaster in my mind is someone who's got a dated hotel motel and they want to redevelop it with today's standards and make it
Make it
nicer than it
legal
was.
or better.
And they had 10 units and they're saying, we're sticking to 10 units, that's it. And we just want to quickly get through this process and go straight to development order. Someone who wants to say, I am asking for 30 units, I want to build this into a bigger hotel, they're not limited to buy this. They can still request it because they're not using those provisions. The provisions just vest you and guarantee that you can rebuild it without having to go through a zoning process. That's what the pre-disaster does.
Let me check, because from what I recall from pre-disaster, all of them went through the CPD. So let me double check. Or
Okay.
the RPD, rather.
Okay. Well, we'll move on while Sarah's checking that. Coastal setbacks. Nothing has changed there. The national flood insurance, many things have changed there, but it's just been consolidated. Any questions on that?
Well, now they're going to count the cost of strengthening the building and,
No, you see that's lined out?
it says not counting it and it's crossed out.
That's correct.
That means that they're going to count it.
Well, it says means that encourage higher standards and strategies that will improve the town's NFIP community rating system and ensure availability of flood insurance. I don't read by having not counting means that they will count it.
What do you guys say it means?
Yeah, just reading the town shall modify its current floodplain in accordance with the current measures such as. So this was previous direction advising the town not to count the cost of strengthening buildings as improvements. that are limited to 50% of the building's value.
So,
At least the way I read it, and you guys tell me if you agree, this was trying to say how we would calculate the value of a property. And I think we're preempted at this point. It's been made very clear as to how you calculate it.
Yep.
And we also have a very strong Lee County property appraiser that has provided his opinion on this. I think this just removes any confusing language that we had, and we are now going to either federal standards or whatever,
now
those
we
Lee
will count
County.
it.
Yeah, and then
Well,
We'll use.
we're just using a
we'll
different
u-
methodology that's
exactly.
being dictated to us, no matter what.
correct by the NFIP program. Yeah.
Exactly.
So we can't keep this no matter what.
Correct.
It'd be best not to, because if there's any changes to how that's being calculated, you'd be out of compliance with the national program if you have something different in your comp plan.
So when we went over the floodplain ordinance, I recall someone explained to us what the new rules were, and I think, and I also know that the Lee County appraiser went through that process and was very vocal as to how things would be calculated. And at least my understanding is the new regulations are actually beneficial to most people. I think we used to have more restrictive regulations, but again, that's on my area of expertise. And if we are going to methodology that is more beneficial to most people, then this, in my mind, just removes
Well-
confusion.
This isn't worth fighting.
Okay.
But maybe just put it as maybe ask staff to look into it
Yeah.
of,
Just to
as
clarify.
long as it's not detrimental in people calculating their values.
I do want to ask them to do that because I think that was one of the things that was important in counting the 50% value of the property, because you didn't have to count the things that were strengthening the structure, such as your hurricane shutters, your doors, and your, well,
I had to count doors and windows.
I'm trying to think what else.
Okay, well, let's just review this section, just to make sure that we're being consistent. Okay, how about flood proofing of commercial buildings? Don't need, that's staying the same.
Can we go back to the
Oh,
pre-disaster?
yes, ma'am, please.
So the pre-disaster does say that they have to seek permission from the town council to voluntarily replace the non-conforming but existing density and intensity.
But it doesn't say how
So-
they have to seek permission.
No, it doesn't say. And the way it's been done in the past is an RPD process. So I think
Residential plan development.
yes, yep. And you may want to have the flexibility within the pre-disaster and remove some of the square footage, remove some of the maybe intensity, not density, but because we really want to encourage anybody
Yes.
who did not lose a home to replace any non-conforming homes and create, so this, if they just rebuilt and were able to get in under the 50, we want to encourage people, because the previous way of doing it did not encourage people to rebuild flood resilient homes, because it did not provide enough of a carrot. So maybe removing the intensity and the square footage and giving a little bit of flexibility there to encourage people to redevelop when they have the opportunity, something we might want to look at.
Well, this is less restrictive than what was there before.
For pre-disaster?
Yes, or, no, for the national flood.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
still back up on
We reverted back to
pre-disaster.
1E1, the pre-disaster
There we go.
build back.
Yeah. So, yeah, looking at the pre-disaster build back. So, maybe just making it less specific in the comprehensive plan. We can make it more specific
Yes.
in the land development code And if we find that we need to create additional opportunity within the land development code, we can, because the comprehensive plan won't have tied our hands.
I think that's an excellent idea, Sarah.
Okay.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
You guys?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Janie? Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's go back down to, let's go back to,
Redevelopment.
yes.
And folks, I'll make this real quick, and I've said it several times, but so if we do
You're
limit,
making me feel like I never listened to you.
if we do limit the size of pre-disaster and post-disaster to what was existing,
Yep.
again, you're creating a disincentive in a pre-disaster case of someone's got an old decrepit building, but they also know that if they're going to invest a ton of money, they can't go any bigger on the units. Not much of an incentive. So you're disincentivizing people from doing it. In a post-disaster build back, keep in mind, we may have some condo buildings that people are going to decide to sell. And if it's a 1950s condo where the average size of a condo unit was 750 square feet, what we're saying is all your units, all you folks that own a unit, you retain that right. You don't lose that. We're not going to take it away from you.
But you've only got 700.
You can only sell 750 square feet. And I think those people are going to be very disappointed when they, in their
Resale
minds,
value.
think a condo, an
It's a
average
condo.
condo
It's 2
unit is
bedrooms,
worth this
yes,
much.
yeah, yeah.
And I want to sell it to Mr. Developer for that much. And Mr. Developer's going to say, I'm only giving you half the price because
I
you're
can
giving me
only do-
half a unit.
Yeah.
You know, so I think again that it doesn't incentivize that quick redevelopment. So something to keep in mind.
So on this one, and I do agree that, I think that this should be handled within the land development code and made much less prescriptive within the comprehensive plan. Would you feel comfortable with removing some of the requirements that are in here regarding
Square footage, density.
Exact same square footage type of thing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then, because we already made changes to try to help people to be able to build back, recognizing that there were issues, and we made it within the confines of the existing comprehensive plan. But going forward, looking at the land development code update that we now have to do, if the comprehensive plan is not so prescriptive on how this has to be done, it gives us a lot more flexibility on how it actually should work for people trying to rebuild.
I'm okay with that.
Me too.
I thought that's what I
So we
agreed
need
to.
we need to look at potentially removing
I'm
some of
surprised
those.
I'm okay with that because you know how much we've argued over this in the past, but now seeing the reality of a post-disaster build back has changed my perspective.
Good job.
The smugness of that comment. Just total smugness. Okay, you're welcome, Jane. It's my total change of thought was just for you. All right, let's go on to I missed my spot, redevelopment. So there's only one added section there, and the proposed arts and theater district. Anybody? I mean, that's just because we've added that. Historic, nothing.
Well, before,
Yep.
we agreed on, we changed the title on the red coconut, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
for the
Yes.
Civic Center.
Yes. Specific redevelopment plans. And this is taking out some of, look, the Estero Island CRA plan, that was 1994, 95. Santini, okay, so that's just all eliminated, except for the Gulfview Colony, Red Coconut Village, and Santini Village.
I believe the intent was to consolidate the plan, so if there were any new ones, they can just fall into.
Yes. So added floor area ratios shall not exceed 1.5. That's not taking away anything, is it? It's consistent with the rest.
Yeah, where are we?
We are on page,
But we're still under specific redevelopment plan?
we're under redevelopment,
yeah,
yes.
page 24.
And where's the FAR portion?
The FAR is
I.
at the bottom of page
J.
31. Wait, where, no, it's not.
Blue.
Where do I see
Yeah,
it?
24.
J.
So the
Blue number
1.5 again,
Yep.
assuming that's consistent with what was there before.
Correct.
Okay.
Blue 24.
So one of the things to keep in mind, and I don't know, I haven't looked at this comprehensively. What these redevelopment districts say today is you can go to 15 units per acre and follow this scenario, but you also have the option of proposing a different scenario.
Correct.
Have we eliminated and you have the option of proposing something different? Have we taken that away?
The only way it was allowed is that final paragraph. There are different redevelopment concepts that are consistent with the comprehensive plan may be proposed for any of the
Okay. So
areas
that's still there.
through
Yep.
the plan development rezoning process.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's allowed through
It's
a
still there.
CPD rezoning
Okay,
process.
perfect.
Okay, this is a whole new section on workforce density, housing density.
So I do want to clarify because there's been
Yes.
a lot of talk about the development agreements.
Yes.
A development agreement is not a plan development zoning.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
just for clarification.
Okay, workforce housing density.
Is 30 years the standard period of time?
For most communities, yes. For most. It does vary, though.
Any objection to that new policy?
Shall implement sounds,
Yeah, it's
that needs to be changed to be more flexible. Shall consider.
consider.
Didn't we say evaluate?
Evaluate.
Whatever, it just,
It's
shall implement is mandatory.
Yes.
It is, and it's such a lovely thought, and it's just,
Not gonna happen.
I have to tell you, 30 years ago, we didn't think this was possible either.
Right.
And if any point in time it was, then. Okay, let's go on to,
So,
I don't know if, I don't
Yeah.
think this negates this opportunity, but I think one of the things is I agree with most people, it's unrealistic to expect it on the island. Is it unrealistic to expect it right off the island?
I was going to say, because this could include the town's engagement off the island.
I will just say that the town sent people to say no to the community that was trying to do it with Marina Village. They sent people that would sit all day in that meeting and then speak against and say that the town of Fort Myers Beach was not in favor of workforce housing.
Well, let's let bygones be bygones.
Just saying.
So it's, I'm not going to open the can.
But there are
But-
people willing to do it.
But I think there are opportunities off island, and we should not negate that.
Sure.
Just like when it comes to any kind of public benefit, there's an opportunity for this town to identify things that we want to see in this town and allow the developers coming forward to provide a payment in lieu towards those identified benefits. And again, it would have to be a town-led program, but it's done elsewhere where,
Sure.
you know, you want to do drainage improvements, and if Mr. Developer is willing to provide a contribution towards that program and towards these identified projects that we have in our capital improvement plan, that's a way to provide public benefit. I think we're missing an opportunity as a town to identify these things that we want and allowing, because some people may not be able to provide all that public benefit on their own land. They may be willing to contribute.
Are you suggesting we qualify this saying either on island
Yeah,
or
or,
off
and
island?
as long as it doesn't, it leaves it open where maybe affordable housing off island kind of makes sense.
But I do think we need to change the two shalls in this
Yeah.
paragraph.
But you know something else? And what Patrick is saying is true. It's sort of like, you know, the wetland mitigation banks and whatnot in the county. What does the town have that, let's pick any development that we can foresee coming before us, or pick a small development that doesn't have the same ability as a larger scale property to provide public benefit, but could in fact contribute to whatever fund for whatever amount that we don't have any mechanism to allow that to occur. Would that be a comp plan thing, or would that be an LDC thing? It's certainly something we should contemplate.
I mean, we could, I mean, and that could be part of this evaluation
Yeah.
process, figuring out what that looks like.
Boy,
I
that
don't,
should be something for sure.
yeah, I mean, I think that this gives us the impetus to look at what we can do, and then potentially create a fund, create a program, create.
Yes. I mean, because our
something.
infrastructure, yeah, whoa, that's a great idea, Patrick, and I heard you loud and clear. I'm going to remember it too.
And I'll just say I brought it up before also.
Please do. Okay. It's very, very, very good idea. Very good
But
idea.
it takes time. I get it.
But I do think the inference in a comp plan is that it affects property on the island.
Yeah.
So if we're going to encourage it with the flexibility that could be off island, it should be addressed.
Yeah.
On or off. Yeah.
There's a direction to
Add on or
on
off.
and off. Okay.
Okay, so that was great. Let's go to historic preservation.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Do
I
you have
ran out
what
at
you
page
need?
25.
You did? Well, this is blue 1, page 34. You don't have it. You might
Nope.
have to re-download.
Oh, well, maybe that's the case.
Yeah. Okay, so HP1, goal HP1. Anybody have anything on this?
Don't.
How about, Jim, you want me to wait for you to re-download? You're already there. The blue page is page 1.
Page
It's
one of
page 1.
historic
Yeah,
preservation.
Of historic preservation.
because
Yep.
each section is numbered.
State historic. Consistent with preservation.
Yes.
Yeah, just a picky little one here on page 36 of 112 or page 3 in blue. Objective HP-1-B. Maintain and increase the number of historic resources. Again,
Difficult.
in the past, DCA would say, if you're going to increase it, within what time frame and how much you're going to increase it. And I think just rather than say increase, encourage, or whatever, I don't know if we're going to, in the next several years, if we're going to be able to increase anything on the registry.
Yeah.
So how about this historic resource map? Who's in charge of that?
I think we have the Historical Society, don't we, somewhere?
And it's part of your comp plan, so it would be.
Part of the comp plan was that the LPA be the historic group.
preservation.
Yes, and that's worked very poorly.
Yeah, I don't believe that they have reconvened since the storm. I did ask about the Historic Preservation Board at some point, and
Yeah.
they were like, "Yeah, we need to do that." And then
Do we have to have a historic preservation board? Or can we,
Do we have any grants that require it?
no, I mean none that I'm aware of. I don't think we've had any grants or programs. We had a program of signs locally recognizing historic properties, and they received a sign and they were put on the town's list. I had a hard time telling if that was maintained through the years, and there were no requirements for people to maintain those houses in a historic condition. So it wasn't like you had to,
true historic.
yeah, it wasn't like you couldn't replace with vinyl siding or, so there were a lot of updates made to houses to make them not necessarily historical, but they were still old. So it may be at your discretion whether you think that it makes sense for us to require a historic preservation board and maybe not have anything in the comp plan that requires you to do that.
Could it just say that the town may have one? And at the discretion of whatever group, may we have it or we may not have it?
Couldn't the LPA serve as the board?
Yes,
and-
that's what's happened in the past, but it's been very difficult for the LPA to do that. Horace Kritzer was the last designee that I knew of.
There were some new people appointed before the storm.
Yes, and they haven't been able to meet.
I think there's two boards. There's a Historic Preservation Board, then there's a Historic Preservation Advisory Committee.
No, same.
Oh, that doesn't. We don't need to have two of those.
The HPAC
Yes, now that you're saying that, I
was
remember that.
advisory to the HPB.
Oh, that's really silly.
The HPB is the LPA.
Is the LPA
So could we just direct our consultant to,
consolidate this section?
yeah, consolidate
Yes.
and again, we don't want to disincentivize any historic preservation, but make it where it's not so prescriptive that the town shall have a board when we don't have enough volunteers to be on that board. Of course, we want to encourage historic preservation, but
Do you want us to revisit the objective, the entire objective?
anything which
Yep.
would require
Okay.
the town to have a board or a certain minimum amount of meetings or people on that board,
Someone overseeing the program?
just
and-
kind of general language.
Anywhere the word shall.
Find the place.
Okay, let's move on to the housing section. How in the world, how could we possibly have a goal of ensure adequate levels of attainable housing within Fort Myers Beach for its residents of all ages?
Yeah.
That is,
And sure means guarantee.
Yeah. I think it was a little
Aggressive.
optimistic, yeah.
aspirational.
Aspirational, there you go.
Aspirational is what
And
I
the idea is that we want it to be a place where, you can live the intent, live your whole life here.
Well, it certainly changed.
I do believe that was when we started this conversation, that was definitely the direction that everybody was like, yes, we have to find a way to make housing for all age groups and
And then
price
Hurricane Ian
ranges.
hit.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's
What do we even have there? This was a hard section for me.
The goal would be mixed housing stock available for
I think encouraging a diversity of housing, housing
diversity
types,
people.
housing stock, housing, yeah.
Ensuring a mixed stock of housing for diverse groups of people.
Yeah,
Diverse housing.
All of these need to have the shall taken out of them.
Okay.
The town shall help provide access to affordable housing.
No.
The town doesn't have
Yeah.
resources for that. And for special needs and on and on. We might need to,
But those are good things to have in that if we say we like it and want to encourage it, and the
Well-
developer comes forward and says, I want to do a multifamily project. And one of the things is I need a little more density because I'm going to provide some rentals, some affordable
so-
price points.
change the shall to
Encourage,
encourage
something like that.
throughout the whole thing.
So one thing to consider is that if the town wants to have any federal housing funds, there are certain requirements for things that you have to do. I don't know that the town is going to apply for those. There was a discussion about that. We are currently we're in the program with Lee County. We had stepped out of it for a while, but as far as I'm aware, we are still back in that program. I don't believe that we're getting any funding, but if we wanted to get funding, there are certain things that we would need to sort of include.
Well, I think just changing the shall to encourage would keep the thing in here and not make it a part of every PPD that we have to say, where's your affordable housing?
Madam Chair, a fun, this is a fun day.
Yes, Mr. Vanessa. How could I help you?
I
smarty.
I will. I've got a hard stop at 3:00. Unfortunately, I have to
No
leave.
problem.
I don't know if
Don will be back by
my
then.
buddy Don will be back. to
He
make
will
sure we've
be.
got
He will be.
enough folks. Okay.
No problem. No problem. What'd you say? We still have quorum at 4, exactly. Okay, so can we move on from the housing element? Or from this,
Yep.
from this
So,
one? Is there anything? Yes,
I have
Nancy?
to ask a question. So you're considering changing the town, instead of shall pursue, the town shall encourages the following, provide a liaison. You're going to have to work on the wording a little bit just to make it flow. Okay,
massage it a little
thank
bit.
you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on then, unless anybody is seeing anything that needs some touching here. Let's see what this Times Square one says. Promote new construction and rehabilitation of existing structures. So, boy, you know, Mario, I think you're going to have to look at this section again too, because it's gone.
Yeah.
This whole housing section just might be a real review for you.
Here it is.
You can definitely take a second look at that.
1-B-.
Please. Okay. I'm going to move on to the next section unless somebody sees something in particular they want to deal with there. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at these new policies. So go to page 46 of 112. We're still in housing, but these are the new ones that they're proposing. The new objectives.
The end of the chapter. The element.
Yep. So housing affordability and attainability. The town shall evaluate current programs to incentivize the construction and development of affordable housing. Shall, again, is an issue there. And I don't know. Maybe you just change it to may.
But it shall evaluate.
Shall evaluate. So you like it?
I mean, it's not committal.
Okay.
Other
What do
than
you, Jim, you agree?
you're going to review.
No, I don't like the word shall.
He doesn't, Jim
Okay.
doesn't like shall.
I agree.
Because may evaluate.
May
May
evaluate?
evaluate and consider.
The good thing is when previously when we put shall in a comp plan, when we went through the EAR reviews, the state was very adamant that
It was a
if you're not
mandate.
doing it,
Yeah.
take it out or
Yep.
put a strict timeline on it. I don't think we get dinged anymore if we say shall evaluate and we never have the time to get to it.
I don't know.
It doesn't.
Well, I still think I still think there should be some flexibility there because it's not, anyway.
Yeah, I'm not,
So may.
Yes, may.
the word shall, I don't look at it from a standpoint of what the state
Either or.
review is. I look at it
Yep.
on how it's going to be interpreted here.
And then it would be bad.
So
I think.
these all apply until these all apply to workforce housing
Affordable, yeah.
or affordable housing, however you want to call it. You know, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have this here. I think it's absolutely we should. I just don't see it happening.
The logic, the way that this was developed, it was also the same with the accessory dwelling units for the over
Yep.
the commercial to sort of give teeth to that
Okay.
that sort of development practice.
And you know what? Who knows? Somebody may come along and say, you know, I mean, maybe the Baptist church decides they're going to put workforce housing there. Who knows? Okay. All right. So let's go to page.
I think we should redevise the shall. on all of that.
The shells like, to be more.
Yep.
Okay.
So now let's go to page 49 of 112, which talks about intergovernmental coordination. There are very few changes here. Correcting insure to ensure.
Yeah.
Updating some dates.
Because these are still agencies you have a
Yes,
relationships
exactly,
with. So,
exactly.
unless there's any new ones that we may not have been.
You've got a couple more shalls in here, but I think they might be appropriate in this section.
Yeah.
Which is continue to cooperate
Yes.
with Lee
Yeah,
County
yeah,
and
yeah.
et cetera. I think they're appropriate here.
So this is all intergovernmental stuff that I don't see any changes, and I'm not sure that there needs to be anything changed. And then we go to recreation and open space element. There is a change here. Preserve and enhance view corridors to the beach and water. Are you having anxiety over that one,
I'm
John?
thinking about how it may impact redevelopment on the beach where perhaps it's not the parking garage underneath, but we actually do want to see landscaping or something that's more attractive than a wide open parking garage that could be a view corridor. When it's not a view corridor, if it's full of cars.
Yeah, where are we exactly?
We're on page,
52.
yes.
52.
I don't think we want to, I mean, you can't control view corridor because they can plant a plant, they can put up a fence, they can do whatever. And so, you know, people have a right to privacy also.
Jane and I have disagreed on this since the beginning of time. I also disagreed with Joanne Champ on this. I think we can. I think we have the ability to say we want view corridors. And as people redevelop and they recognize that that is, look, it's going to become more and more and more important to people because we have so much of it now. I mean, every time I come to the end of my street and I look out and I just see palm trees and some old pines, I think, gosh, I love this view. How much longer will I get it?
But
So if you moved your house to the Gulf, you couldn't have your fence.
But I don't live on the Gulf. Go ahead, Patrick.
yeah, well, my concern is I'm okay with encouraging it. Again, the idea of having to preserve it, especially for a private homeowner. So should I be lucky enough to have a house directly on the beach, I would also
Want to
like
block
to
it off.
like to retain the right to put landscaping on my property and not be told that I can or can't put it
But is there
any
any-
different than anybody else on the island.
But is there anything wrong with this? Preserve and enhance view corridors to
So
the beach
here-
and water?
Well,
Here's what,
that-
Sarah.
Here's my question. Everyone always says landscaping, fences, but I think what we're talking about is buildings. I think that is the thing that, I mean, if you drive down Bonita Beach Road,
Beautiful landscaping.
yeah, very nice landscaping
It's-
and house after house after house, and you don't see the beach.
Right.
So I don't think, I mean, although
So what? We then do we make it, we're not going to reduce this required setbacks, side
that's-
setbacks?
Well, what
So
I'm-
that's something completely different than
Yes.
if it's the buildings.
But we're not talking about setbacks. We're talking about the comprehensive plan. What do we want? Like, when we say preserve and enhance view corridors, like, we can also say that landscaping enhances the view corridors. So, I mean, I think that we don't want to be restrictive. Like, if there's some component that makes this too restrictive, but what does the town want? Historically, since I've been here, everybody has always said they wanted views.
I think we can say that the town, where there's a beach access, shall preserve the view corridor that exists today. We don't want to block off any existing beach access view corridor. And I think we can say that the town will encourage any new development to include enhanced view corridors as part of their development. But just to say preserve and enhance, that becomes an interpretation of, I buy a beachfront lot and I propose to meet my setbacks and nothing more. Someone saying, you're not enhancing them, we're not going to allow this.
So this is what I'm saying. What would we like it to say? Do we not want view corridors? Do we want view corridors? I recognize that this is a little too squishy. What should it say instead?
I Personally, I think it should say that the town, when there's an existing view corridor that's town-owned property or a right-of-way or beach access, we shall maintain it.
What about from the top of the bridge, Patrick? What about that view corridor?
I'll have to disagree with you. It's never been important to me like it is for other people.
Oh, it is for me.
It may not be important to you, but do you think it's important to the majority of people who live here?
I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
I don't know.
Really?
We sing a song when we see the water.
Visit and
People who visit, people who live in Lehigh Acres. I have a friend who works on the island, lives in Lehigh Acres. And when she comes to the island, she said the hour and a half it takes her to get to the top of the bridge is worth it for that view, for that one moment.
But it's relative in that unless you put a building right in front of me that is going to be higher than the bridge,
There may be.
it's not going to be blocked. All it will is if I were to had 1 story to Times Square, 2 stories to Times Square, the little piece of blue that I see, you just see a little further. And that becomes so relative that to me, I wouldn't hinge our development policies on something so nebulous. But personally, that's my opinion. But also we have to understand that the right to a view has been legislated, and at least my understanding of the law when I took my land use law courses is, average person can go to the beach side and have plenty of view from the beach side. We don't have to mandate that someone not build their property a certain way because we want to preserve those views. That has been legislated, and there is case law on
It
that.
can be a private cause of action between the 2 adjacent properties.
But look, this is the comprehensive plan, and shouldn't we be aspirational, saying that we want what, like Sarah said, what do you want? Well, I'll tell you, I want to preserve as much view and space as possible for the general public. I'm not saying that you buy, you sell your very nice house now and you go and buy the lot in front of my house. Am I going to complain when you build? Absolutely. But no, I'm not. But do you have rights to the privacy of your property? Bill Veach and I got into this all the time about it because he lives right there on the Connecticut Street access. So I agree that there is that property, but in the plan, shouldn't we say that this is what we aspire to?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Like I said, anything that we currently have, that we should maintain it, that we should encourage.
That we currently have right now?
No, that we currently own as a town. So if we own that property and we have a right of way or we have a beach access or easement, yes, we should do everything we can to maintain that. That's perfectly all right. And we should encourage the town to buy more property.
That's in our plan somewhere.
Again, if you want it, buy it.
Can I raise something else?
Please.
So I know that we have in our code restrictions on the heights of hedges and things like that, right? Because one of the things that when I'm reading this, in my mind pops visiting Palm Beach and just seeing a wall of green, which also is
very
doesn't you
Palm
wouldn't
Beach.
even know
Yeah.
you were 100 feet from the water. I mean, you wouldn't know. And to me, I don't believe that that's the feeling and culture of Fort Myers Beach.
I'm with you, John.
Me too.
Whoa, where do you fall, Jim?
I'm with Patrick.
Son of a gun.
But the thing
Because
is,
I know where Jane is.
but I completely agree that the town should do everything it can to town should do everything it can to have more parks, more green space. Town should do everything they can to provide more beach access and better views. But again, what does that mean? I'm not going to impose it on a private property owner. I'm going to say, folks, if it's that important to us as a town, let's assess ourselves and let's go buy the land. Otherwise, it's a lot of talk. and-
Patrick, it's 3:05.
I got to go.
What about as a way to ask for things when somebody comes forward asking for more? If somebody comes forward with the CPD, if we have in our comprehensive plan, we want to do this. This
That's
is
a
something we
public
care
benefit.
about. That's yeah, but you know, we need to say that that's something we want. If we don't state it anywhere, then it doesn't exist.
There you go.
How do we ask
There
for it if
you
we
go,
don't say
mister.
we want it?
So what about that?
Yeah, I completely agree. If you want it, you say this is a desired public benefit.
Right.
And of course, when people come forward and you say, what are you providing as public benefit? There, perfect. We have it on our list. And that's another thing I've been advocating since the storm is
Get a
come
list.
up with a list of public benefits you want.
I think
So
everybody,
It's
great that we're
306,
It's
Patrick.
great that we're coming back to it.
I think everybody's in agreement. It's the language.
It's the language. It is the language.
We should be able to get through the other 50
So,
pages
Mario,
in 15 minutes.
Sarah, you get what we're saying here. Patrick's going to leave, so it's going to be much more pleasant.
Yes.
And good course, no. Do you see where we're coming from?
Yeah.
So can
Patrick, I wanna
can you
call you
rework
later.
this?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks,
So talking
I hope
about
the rest of your day goes
preserving and enhancing the publicly owned view corridors
Yes.
and encouraging
A desire to encourage,
encouraging additional preservation on private
Yes.
property when possible. Something like that.
Thank you. Okay. Can we move on to the next section? Or does anybody have something here? Dawn, it's nice to have you back.
Thank you. Maintaining quorum.
One out, one in.
we're going to have one more out at 3:30.
Is that you, honey? Okay. All right. You know, I'm just wondering what kind of house I'm going to go back to. The Border Collie's been alone now for.
You're going to be fine.
Okay, so,
Transportation?
yes, marine research, wait, let's just go here.
What
marine
page are we
research.
on?
Well, 53 of 112 and now 54 of 112.
Okay.
I'm moving through this and here we go. Public land acquisition to meet sustainability priorities. Land, I like that
Does it
policy.
say shall?
No. Eco Heritage Task Force. Establish a task force on eco heritage tourism to develop and implement the town's eco heritage program. The task force would work closely with marine resources to. Oh, I don't know about this.
Where are you?
I'm on page. I am on page
Yeah, that's
54.
existing.
This is existing. We've never had an eco heritage task force. Maybe there's a reason to leave it in here. I don't know.
Slash heritage.
Should we
Maybe
just
for a grant.
should we leave it if there's no reason? Okay, we'll leave it because there's no place to take it out. Okay, this is new. Florida friendly and native plants. Use Florida friendly and native plants in all parks and open spaces to the greatest extent possible. I like this policy.
too.
Does anybody else?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it would be nice
I'm in
if the
favor.
town
Yeah.
Good.
went back to having a tree
Yes.
planting thing because we sold a lot of trees and it put a lot of the native back on the island and a lot of people need trees.
We should go and tell the council that. Let's see, here we go. What's the next? Coordinating funding systems.
I have it on my list to bring up.
Okay, here's a new objective. Monitoring the following measures will be used to monitor the achievement of objectives in recreation and open space element. The amount of funds extended for and number of capital projects improving on-site access for automobiles, bicycles, pedestrians, and mass transit to the town's recreation and open space facilities between 2022 and 2029. Was this something that was required to put in here? Because this is all new.
Yeah, it seems a little. I know that we have to have in there that you have to be compliant with the LOS standards, but these are a
Okay.
little bit more than what I've normally seen in other codes.
But it's new. That to me tells me it's been suggested by you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a monitor, right? Monitoring the amount of funds.
But you're saying it can be condensed?
But yeah, in other places I've seen it condensed where it's not so prescriptive as to what those metrics are going to be used to measure. Usually I just see like a level of service standard and
So would you all agree that this should be
Condensed?
Condensed?
Yes.
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 Yeah, and achievement of LOS standards
Yeah.
is one of them, one of the line items there.
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you, Mario.
no problem. Is there or we might have included this. I'm not sure if this was done by Ed, but was there any interest in expanding sort of like the ADA accessibility to your parks? And because then we can provide that directive in this as part of the monitoring, that if you're increasing your accessibility and
Thoughts?
Well, we should have ADA accessibility to our park.
You have to.
Yeah, we're mandated for that.
yeah. We'll look
So,
at some that
Please do.
are
Please do.
onerous and those that are just can be
Okay.
easily.
So now we're on to the transportation element. To improve mobility without reducing the permeability.
I
So
brought this
let's-
up 100 years ago, but why can't we think about doing something with a monorail, either down the middle of Estero Boulevard, exiting off to big hotels, Publix, things like that?
We've looked at, we would actually require more, if you're talking sort of like a bus rapid transit, which would have their own lane or something like that.
She's talking about the monorail at Disney.
light rail.
Elevated?
Light rail would cost.
No,
Yeah.
just,
Elevated.
the open
Yeah.
cage kind of ski resort monorail that would become like a tourist destination. We wouldn't have anybody walking on the street. They'd be going from
You mean
this
like a
destination.
chairlift?
You mean like a
Ski
chairlift?
lift, like a ski lift.
Ski lift.
Well, Disney has the little cars now. They're closed
Now, we
in.
want,
If that's-
we want it to be as invisible as possible, so we want it to be as open concept as possible.
Okay. Can we just put it over?
I mean, it's interesting.
what?
I have nothing against it. I don't know if anybody's ever looked at that specific.
I remember having this brought up when I
A
was
million times.
at the chair at the chamber, or vice chair at the chamber, and we talked
Remember the
about
guy that wanted a monorail to come directly from the airport to the island?
that would be great too. But I'm telling you, the
Talking about
thing
bringing
is,
people.
we've already had somebody propose that they would attach it to their parking garage just over the over on the island, and then it could just go bing, 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 and just go back and forth. People wouldn't even get in their cars because it's almost a nonstop.
Because it would be a ride.
It would be a ride. It would be a sightseeing
And you'd have a
thing.
perfect
You could
view
take
corridor.
pictures. It would be beautiful.
I think we should apply for a grant
I do too.
Yeah.
Sarah, get on that. Oh, yeah.
in my spare time.
Yeah.
You know who you
Hire
should put
somebody.
on that is Jim Adderholt.
Okay.
Yeah, I would call him immediately on that. Okay.
And put it over the back.
So is there anything, absolutely. Anything else here that in the traffic element that you all see
Speeding would be nice.
widening? Under no circumstances shall conventional four-laning of Estero Boulevard be considered. How about that? Improvements to the boulevard. So look at this, at policy, the new policy B3. The town of Fort Myers Beach shall initiate additional pedestrian and streetscape, improvements along Estero Boulevard beginning in 1999 and shall negotiate with Lee County for the turnover of responsibility for its maintenance if necessary to carry out these improvements or to further other town policies. You know, I'm not sure about this policy here. So this is from 1999. The boulevard has been improved.
Yeah.
And I don't know that, this is something to bring up to the council. I don't know that the town council wishes to discuss the turnover of responsibility for the
Yeah,
boulevard.
there's a big cost associated with
Yeah.
that.
So this should be highlighted, Mario. That's a biggie for the town council. That's a policy for them.
Down to the reduce the need for a car. I've also talked nonstop about the hotels need to come together with a program of being able to pick up at the airport and be brought out and dropped off and picked up to go to the airport. And that would eliminate people bringing cars, and then they could have bicycles and golf carts to provide those who can't bicycle and to get around. That would be good.
What is promote compact development? What does that mean?
Mixed use, you have all these.
Okay.
Everything is closer together.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Jane has got a brand-new project for you.
Calling you.
She'll be calling you. You're going to love it.
Yeah.
I'm going to write that down, Jim.
Okay, so,
I would like to mention something about compact development.
okay.
So one thing that
I
we
just never read something like that before.
So when you go through a downtown and all of its buildings and and it's on street parking and you feel like you can walk through the spaces, and then you go to more suburban areas, it's the parking lots. The parking lots create the suburban feeling. You can't get from that building to that building without hiking
crossing a
half a
parking
mile.
lot.
Right.
So it's, we want to encourage people to park their car, but where do we want those parking lots? Just something to think about. Like that creates really spread out, sprawling development and you do need a place to park a car, but how do we want to do that? And thinking about that going forward.
Compact development. Yes.
Parking garage.
Okay, so, off-island parking, work with Lee County to secure off-island parking. I hope that is happening. Improved trolley service. That has been improved with the pull-offs due to the boulevard.
D57, hidden path.
D57.
I would like to understand how you can get a path running on the bay side parallel to Estero Boulevard through people's yards.
Well, there
You could build it.
There are some opportunities. I'm just going to say that. I think there's even part of, well, I'm not going to say anything. There are opportunities, Jane.
I don't want anybody
And
going through my yard.
we've had this in there from day one.
I can understand through the Mound House
This side.
and
Yeah.
Bay Oaks.
How about through Red Coconut?
Yeah, you could.
Well,
But
if
then you
they,
stop on either side.
if they're willing to allow that.
That's the idea.
So this hidden path policy is definitely aspirational, but may be possible.
It was very aspirational. We were primarily looking at the center of the island, the residential. It just
Yes.
seems like very blocked off from the rest.
Yes.
And a way so people can walk or ride their bicycle and they don't have to go onto Estero Boulevard. But there's like paths for residents to travel.
Yep.
First.
Should we
No,
should
go
we
ahead.
address the Lee Tran? The trolley and Lee Tran are separate. They're different.
How much jurisdiction do you have over what
None.
the Tran does?
Unless we pay for it.
But the Lee Tran, at least the Let's Go Fort Myers Beach group on the transportation side would like and has recommended that it be extended south from the library to Santini. So,
That's the trolley, not the Lee train.
no, the Lee Tran.
You're talking about the
Trolley
white
already
tram.
goes there. Trolley
Yep.
goes all the way down to Lover's Key.
Okay, I guess I'm misnaming them. The Disneyland
Yeah, Lee
type of
Tran.
little thing, that's
Yeah.
Lee Tran?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, they wanted that further.
Yeah.
That's like the open.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Open
Yeah.
it.
Can I take you to the parking lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we could look in the intergovernmental.
There is.
section and sort of.
And that's why they
advocate.
can't extend it until 25, because the contract that the county has let only has a prescribed route now.
Oh.
But something to maybe include there in some way?
We can. I was thinking intergovernmental to maybe like
Yeah.
encourage
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
discussions to expand transportation.
I would not like to see the one under traffic calming be put in with speed bumps and narrowing of lanes and
Yeah.
landscaping diverters, because people have enough hard time going straight on the road as it is. Dodging bikes and everything else. I mean, if we take anything more away, it's just too dangerous.
So would you prefer getting rid of these kind of prescriptive 1 and 2 and just leaving it open-ended to allow you to explore opportunities?
Well, I think one is just adding more that's going to be more frustrating than calming, because we already are looking for the bikes and the buses and the pedestrians. To add, nature in the middle of the road will just be or speed bumps or swivel roads or whatever. I think that's not a good idea.
But
Yeah,
maybe
there's
in
a lot
school
of,
zones
like, the preferred
or
method is passive.
maybe some of the back streets that become a thoroughfare to avoid traffic on Estero.
I mean, we had talked about doing like in Las Vegas, where they put the spike thing down the middle of the street with bougainvillea, so that people would have to go up and over with the overpass.
She's not lying.
They put the walls.
No.
They have the walls in Las Vegas.
Yeah, they put Jersey walls up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, I mean, we talked about that, but, we have too many streets that cross it unless we made, the off-ramp be.
So what do we think about that section? That make it less prescriptive, like Mario is
I think
suggesting?
so, yeah.
Or where it's appropriate in front of a school or a known high-speed problem area, right? We don't have a problem with people racing down a stairwell for the most part.
They can't.
Because they can't, but in places where you really do want traffic to be 20 miles an hour as opposed to 35, then it may be appropriate.
We can do the first one. The first is active, and then we can say we're appropriate, and then the second, the preferred method is passive traffic calming.
Yeah,
We can just keep them there.
all right. Let's see.
Okay, I'm just scrolling down. You all,
The shared parking that I think we need to be careful with, because I'm seeing a lot of conflict with the shared parking down by Snug, the condominium Snug. Nervous
what
Nellies,
conflict are you seeing?
that there's just not enough.
Well, sure.
And
Yeah,
and the I think it is also partly the attendant directs who can park in there, as opposed to, that it's all shared parking. I think some get priority.
Some businesses get priority?
Just
Well,
to
I don't know.
They used to, I know that, before the storm. Yeah.
Maybe they have specific
Yeah.
arrangements with them or
Right.
something.
I know.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So I think that something that it makes a lot of sense here. I mean, we're talking about the parking situation in Times Square, and then talking about coming up with an alternative plan that may include parking garages. I mean, we need to look at what the options are. Consider public-private partnerships to do something different, because we know that this isn't working. It didn't work before the storm. It's probably not going to work after the storm. So kind of leaving it open as we recognize this is an issue. Let's pay some attention to it, since we've talked about it for at least 7 years that I've been here. Maybe not 7 years.
It's been talked about since the beginning of time.
Yeah, there you go.
It has. And at the beginning of time, people were saying parking garage was like, you may have said you're going to kill your mother. It was it was just so rebelled against, and now not so much.
I wonder if
Public.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wonder if in some of these it makes sense to take out some of the dates. We do have
Yes,
like
I agree.
feasibility.
For sure.
Is that an okay?
These numbers, are these values still that we want to keep, like 165 on street? They're very prescriptive here.
Yeah, I don't know that makes any sense, because I don't have any idea what it is at this point.
Which one, Mario? Which one were you talking about?
Under shared parking near Times Square.
I just passed that. Shared parking near Times Square.
At the bottom of 6.
165 on-street parking spaces.
Bottom of 60. Shared parking near Times Square, the Estero Island CRA recommended a reservoir. Oh, Lord, this is ancient history. Although some of these spaces were merely... Yeah. I'm afraid that whole policy could go. in 1998 and proceed toward implementation or create an alternative plan that may include a parking garage. How about, maybe you consolidate, you take out all the old CRA references, and maybe there should be something about, a statement about how important shared parking is, and or a plan for a parking garage near Times Square. I don't know. Yeah. I really hate that.
I do too, but I keep thinking the only way is to bring Times Square up, right? Build a boardwalk. Make it level with the,
Oh,
you know.
Lord.
I know.
Don.
I know.
Don. Okay.
You want parking. I'm trying to solve your parking problem.
Thank you. You've taken out the adequacy of the Sky Bridge as a policy. Here's an objective I've always loved: experiment widely.
That would be our monorail.
That's a pretty expensive experiment.
Experiment
taxi.
widely.
That doesn't work either. Nope, we've had a water taxi forever.
Pedestrian overpasses still there. San Carlos Boulevard. Okay, I'm
You're making a free water taxi and
moving. How
we'll be on it.
about delivery vehicles? You've added redevelopment plans shall require a loading plan with preference to off-street loading, no on-street loading permitted on Estero Boulevard. I think this is a good plan.
Well, it is a good plan, but where the heck are they going to be?
And who enforces it?
And are they going to be up on the sidewalk or what? They're, you know, you can't get those semis.
Sarah, will you say something to slow her down?
Okay, just
So I can't speak to where they might do their loading off of Estero Boulevard, but it's very common for communities to require loading spaces for certain developments. You know, like a Publix needs a loading space. A 7-Eleven might say, we only get this size truck and we're only going to have this size truck. You know, different stores have different agreements, but that has to be part of their thought process, and that's not required here on the island.
Well, I've seen restaurant supply trucks that are large 18-wheelers that are in the middle of the lane, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And wheeling
I
a
don't
half a
know.
block away or wherever.
Yeah, I don't know who enforces that.
Roger would have.
So do we put this here? I mean, I think that this is important.
Yeah. It's a problem. Every day you drive by, there's landscape trucks parked up on the curb, on the sidewalk, in the middle lane.
And this is only just talking about redevelopment plans, so this is going to be relative to new things coming forward to us. I think we leave it. Don?
So they have to have a
They have to have
a
a
trolley
plan.
lane and a
No,
semi lane.
they have to have a plan.
Okay.
They have to have
A
a plan.
property that's being redeveloped
Right.
has to have a place where they can accept deliveries.
Yep.
That's what it
Off
is.
Estero, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Pull in off the street and figure
Okay.
out a turning radius.
Let's go on before we lose Jim. You know, here, this last policy, the traffic impact analysis, I don't know why we require traffic impact analysis, because it's an expense to the developer, it's an expense to anybody who does it, and I'll just tell you, when I see it, all you have to, just get to the page where it says constrained road, and then it's a pass. I don't know why we require this.
Right.
What do you think, Sarah?
I'm not a transportation engineer, so I have a hard time with transportation. That's why I rely on those engineers and reviewers that specialize in it. I don't fully understand it. I know that it is important, but I don't know how important it is in a community where,
Right.
I mean,
If we
when
were
I'm
developing,
driving, if I drive south at the end of the day, I pass traffic past Publix.
of course
I
you
mean,
do.
it's just
sure.
stopped.
Yes,
past Publix.
exactly.
So
If you were
could it make it
developing a
worse?
mall out by I-75, I get why it's important. But here, I don't understand the purpose of it.
Well, because there's no mitigation. There's no
Correct,
alternative.
exactly. There's
mitigation.
no
The only thing
way
we
to
can-
mitigate
yeah.
the problem.
No,
What
but
do you think, Mario? But what were you going to say?
I was going to say,
I'm curious.
let's look at Red Coconut when it comes in for redevelopment. The off-site impact for a larger development could require a signal, could require turn lanes, could require deceleration lanes. So without the study, how do you know what that is? Now,
Well, they're not
if
bringing
Sea
in
Gypsy
RVs.
gets redeveloped, it's a waste of money.
Right.
But maybe there's a trigger when the size of a development comes in that the impact needs to be studied.
Well, if we didn't consider it with big RVs trying to get in and out of that small entrance into Red Coconut, I don't think any.
That
Yeah,
was
but
there
if
before
we
the
can,
beginning
if we
of
can
time.
improve it now,
Exactly, we
shouldn't
have the
we?
opportunity.
It
Mario,
actually
okay.
says, excuse me, it actually says currently required only for major rezonings and very large development orders.
So
So
that
it's
would
saying
concern that,
that
yeah.
we,
You know what very large is.
If what's very large and what's a
vague.
major. So that then is up to your discretion? Okay, we'll leave it.
Right now, it's very clear. There are some and there are others that are just
Okay.
not.
Okay.
I would say that there could be some that are sort of on the cusp.
All right.
We need to look at the protecting public access again because it says the town shall not vacate again. Objective T-17-J. That looks duplicated from above.
It does.
It's the exact same wording.
You gotta go.
Yeah.
Bye, Jim. Bye, Jim.
I'm being
One is
summoned.
public access, one is right of ways.
Are we still okay with just 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 is a quorum.
All right, then let's keep going. We'll try to get through the rest of this. Utilities element. So there are there are date changes here relative to potable water. There is more sanitary sewer. This is all having to do with
Real,
Lee County and,
real quick question.
oh, yes, sorry.
We were looking at the rights of way policies.
Yes.
Jane had mentioned removing the one about
Jim.
the town shall strictly limit vacations of right of way and easements to preserve future access for these purposes.
This is different.
Well,
what you're
I'm just
saying?
not sure if
Because it has,
so it says
it discussed underground utilities, which the other one didn't.
yeah, and it says shall strictly limit vacation, so it's just looking at it carefully, in my opinion. But
Okay.
I just wanted to get opinion before I.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I have moved all the way to page 65 because I have a question about concurrency. And, you know, Sarah and Mario too, this is a question that comes up when we're looking at developments, especially some of these new big developments. And I'll just say Moss Marine, what page? The policy is U1B2.
You won 8.
8B2, sorry. And talking about, this is talking about solid waste and water service and whatnot. And determining the levels of service for concurrency for these developments. And does that it comes at the time of a development order or permits, not during the actual contemplation of the CPD?
So you have to make sure that there's going to be enough. Like you
Okay,
have
so
to.
you've reviewed that before the project comes to us or to the
Yeah,
town
I mean,
council? Okay.
you're only technically required to at that point, but if you don't do it before then, so if somebody wanted to do a comp plan amendment, you have to know that you have enough water, sewer to go
Capacity,
into
right.
whatever they're
Okay.
going to put there. So it is
People ask
looked
me
at.
that, and I never knew the answer to that, so.
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
mean, it says that technically, but if we don't do it before that, we could make a big mistake.
Okay. So moving on to the next page, and they have eliminated aiming for a 10% per capita reduction of water use by 2005, obviously. I don't think that we ever did that.
Sorry,
Maybe-
going back to the utilities. Do
Yes,
we
sir.
need mobile home?
I'm sorry?
Do we need mobile home anymore?
Oh, good point. Do we need mobile home?
It looks like we've added it there for mobile home.
When speaking with the county, just what their concurrency standards were, they included mobile homes. So if we don't want to include that for they just provided that information, so I included it here.
If we're not having mobile homes or RVs, I wouldn't have it.
Well, he said that he didn't take mobile homes out, so if they were
Elevated.
designed, we would
It'd
have
still
to
be on an
extend it.
elevated structure, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, we're going to have lots of modular structures on this island. We already are getting those. That's different than a mobile, quote unquote, mobile home.
Through that.
I would remove it. I mean,
So after multifamily, remove mobile home park unit.
yeah, and I was
I
looking
think
at it
so.
for the sanitary sewer service,
Yep.
but it's really for, I think it's probably on the potable water as well.
Yep.
And then isn't the gallons per day, isn't that the Lee County? Is that Lee County or is that
Yeah.
the, okay.
Anybody see anything else on the utility section? Don, anything?
I mean, there's some things I'd like to see. I don't know that we have the ability because I think we get bulk service from Lee County. But when I think about water conservation, reuse, distribution or reuse, like Purple Pipe, that's my business, so I
What
know
is
a lot
Purple
about.
Pipe?
Purple Pipe is distribution of treated wastewater for irrigation.
I would love if we had that, but I don't know if we have the ability to have it.
Probably not because we'd have to
Pipe it in.
we'd have to bring it back from the Lee County wastewater treatment
Yeah,
plant.
because
so,
I
okay.
had thought about
Okay.
trying to encourage some reuse and in some of the bigger projects coming up and realized that it wouldn't really be feasible here because of the setup with us being far away from
Right.
the system.
Okay.
What else would you like to see?
That's it, I think.
Purple pipe.
Yeah.
Okay. Learn something every day.
I mean, I'd like to see sewer heat recovery and lots of things, but again, we don't control the sewer, so you can do lots of heating and cooling with. It would make the town a completely different place.
With sewer heat?
You take raw sewage and you turn it in. You take the thermal energy and turn it into. You can heat and cool buildings with it.
Does that smell?
Yeah, that's
No, it doesn't smell.
That is very interesting.
Our company's doing it in Bellingham, Washington, right now.
What about
That's a cool town.
something that
Important.
is aspirational and makes a comment about renewable energy sources? And
Yeah, like
if
a.
we're doing town hall, maybe it makes sense to do solar panels, right? Maybe it makes sense to do LEED buildings.
Yeah,
Maybe it makes sense to do.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any when you get to the development plans, if there's anything to do with either LEED, maybe not LEED certified, or maybe it is LEED certified, but certainly solar arrays and things like that. We have a lot of water here, so
I mean, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to add concepts that we would like to implement, especially as a town. And I think that there are a lot of things that we could encourage. You just sort of run into an issue where you can't actually require much of anything. But, having the opportunity to say, if you give us this, it's more valuable. Several communities that I've worked in before gave more advantage to commercial development that was doing LEED development and, having low, like doing Energy Star and providing houses that had better insulation and energy
water
efficiency.
saving.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
hotels that have practices to conserve water resources and other things too, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
exactly. So, I mean, and that would be a benefit to the island in the long run to have those types of businesses here. So having something in here about encouraging those types of improvements would be beneficial to the town in the long run.
Would it be better
ESG.
to have it as a policy under the capital improvement element? I don't know.
If it's the town potentially, but if we're recommending it
For everybody.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
we're recommending it for everybody, it wouldn't be capital improvement. It
Okay.
would maybe be utility. Yeah.
It's water and power,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I agree.
It's
We should
really-
have something like that.
It
Mario?
seems like just an aspirational like ESG policy makes a lot of sense,
What's an ESG policy?
like environmental sustainability goals.
Yeah, definitely.
We're in
Key West-
Don's area.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Key West
great.
does that for their BPAS, for their building permit allocation system for housing and.
Key
so to-
Waden does?
Key West?
Key West does,
Yeah,
uh-huh.
and so they, to qualify to get a unit from their allocation system, you have to have elevated floors, green buildings, enhanced open space areas more than what the code requires. So, yeah, if you do it aspirationally, there's definitely something
Okay,
you
I
can
like
get back
that.
from.
I like that. So maybe that's what you should simulate here.
Okay.
And that's also something that smaller developments can give. So
Credit
like,
for.
like when we're
Yes.
looking at what well, we can't donate land, but we can make an energy, a more energy efficient building.
Having a rain barrel to water your garden, something, landscaping.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
get rid of St. Augustine.
Yeah.
That's a great one right
Oh,
there.
yeah, yeah.
I mean,
High water use.
put in different, drought tolerant plants and.
And I think that's where we were going with that, like, ordinance for the native and for
Right.
landscaping, so that it's not so, yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the capital improvement element. Does anybody have anything there? I had nothing here. I think it's mostly because I don't know what capital improvements are even on the town's horizon, other than acquiring or building town hall. I just don't know.
Well, we need to update the 5-year plan when we
Yep.
these updates.
Yeah.
5-year plan,
Yeah.
you should have a list.
Yep. So this is maybe this is better for the council to really review and for sure add their 5-year plan.
This is one of those that you update most frequently.
There's a bunch of school stuff in here.
Annual concurrence.
Are we stopping at 4:00? Is that what I heard?
Where we're going to try and get through this. We've got, okay, let's move on to the coastal element plan, or element, coastal management. There's literally one change, adding the coastal high hazard area map. Saying that removed trees shall be replaced with a Florida native tree.
You have that language there for public buildings,
Yep.
LEED accreditation.
And that we need an emergency plan, shall be reviewed and updated every 5 years. Is there an emergency plan? Just asking. That's a recurring, there is, Amy? We have an emergency plan? Okay, that's great news. Is it on our website?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Beach and dunes. Migratory bird nesting, nothing changed. Fish kills. Resulting from red tide and other harmful algal blooms have a negative impact on the town's shoreline. The town shall manage removal and remediate impacted shoreline for the continued enjoyment of residents and visitors. The town shall collaborate with local, state, and federal agencies, coalitions, and nonprofit organizations to support policies, programs that address the impacts of harmful algal blooms that impact the town's shoreline. Now, look, Jim's not here. We could leave all those shalls in if we want.
We want people to take the dead fish off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. So that was a change. Then down just a bit, wayfinding shall be encouraged to be provided at key station locations in town to identify and promote use of beach access points, which the town has. Bless you, Don. Harbor planning. I see nothing else there. Anybody?
I'm good.
Is this still something that the town is pursuing, initiated cooperative planning process? We have it by 1990.
Wait, show me what.
I'm sorry, that
I
last
missed it.
objective for harbor planning?
Uh-huh.
So it's date certain with 1998. Do we want to still pursue this and remove the date? or?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about, I mean, everything that's going to be happening into
Yes.
Sparrow Bay? Right?
Yep. Yep. So now we're into the community design element. So there are changes here. So under growth and development, well, I don't need to read this. You all can read it. Unless you all think I need to read it for anybody that might still be watching.
It's in the packet.
Yeah. I liked the rewriting of some of these.
Yeah, I did too.
I really did. It just made it more concise. And that's essentially what it did, was consolidate everything.
Do we want to update the Coconut Village mixed-use district to civic?
Yes.
Yep.
And I also noticed we're not calling it the public.
No,
Right.
no, we're not.
Everybody would recognize.
Yeah.
They would.
Yeah.
They would. So here you've got, boy, wouldn't it be nice if we could have undergrounded utilities?
Would have been nice when we had the roads all torn out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm moving down, I'm moving on to page 84.
I'm at 80.
Which is
You're at 87? Oh,
Is
good.
is that number 3, page 3, or page?
It's
Blue
page
page.
4. It's blue page 4. You want me
Okay.
to go back to page 3?
Just one thing about, we do call out under CD1-C-1, each of the mixed use districts should provide additional bonus height for developments to provide a workforce housing component. Do we want to be required to do that?
Does it say required?
It says for workforce housing.
Shall provide additional bonus height.
No,
So
we
I
don't.
think we take out shall again and put may.
Okay.
Jim
Yeah.
will be so happy with you for that one. Okay. Thank you, John.
We also have a shall above in transition zones, and once again, I'm not sure if that's appropriate there.
New development on
1B1.
properties abutting single-family homes and 1- and 2-story multifamily homes shall provide a building profile that matches the height of the abutting property for a depth of 50 feet to create a transition in height. Boy, that's very interesting.
It's very prescriptive.
It sure is.
That's what we were trying to prescribe for those changes
Yeah.
between the new mixed-use areas and the residential in the back.
Sarah, what do you think of this one?
50 feet.
I mean, I think that's one way to ensure that it does happen, because this is the big scare. This is the big
This is the
scary
big
thing.
scare, you're absolutely right.
Like if we
But it has to
don't
get
have
right
this
over there.
transition zone, like oh, there are big building next to houses.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that maybe it needs to be prescriptive, but also we can cover it in the land development code if we feel it's too prescriptive.
Well, it also says that it needs to match the height, and when I think of a transition zone, I'm thinking like a 10% increment or a
Right.
20%
Yeah.
increment
Something-
might
something
be
less.
even better
Okay.
as my
Yeah.
personal opinion.
Yeah.
So I agree it needs to be there. I'm not sure it needs to be quite so rigid. That's
Detailed.
all.
Okay.
Don, you have anything on that? Okay, so we leave it. Jane, you said you're already at page 87. So I'm going to keep going here. Street frontages and parking lots. Parking lots shall not be permitted as a primary use on Estero Boulevard. We have primary
Many of
use
them.
parking lots. I had this one highlighted.
Yeah, we have.
New parking lot?
It's new.
I don't even know about new. I think that
No?
that's,
Oh, they're old.
I don't know.
Well,
But
there
we
are
have them.
some that are parking lots that are in transition that could become something else, but their use right now is parking lot. Because if you make it a permanent parking lot, you have to pave it as opposed to just rock it, right? So we do have some that could become permanent and would be new permanent. So,
Well, there's two
Maybe-
weird things here. That and then parking lot frontages shall be limited in size to 1/4 the lot width on Estero Boulevard.
that's silly.
Well, which is also sort of in contrast with
Exactly.
the section of the code talking about transportation, which encourages giant parking lots. So
This needs to go. 1/4 is ridiculous.
well, but it does create more
Yeah.
walkable design.
It does.
But-
It does create
So-
a walkable design.
The use isn't, first of all, nobody's going to put a parking lot with only using 1/4 of the property.
No, that's not what it
It's the
says.
entrance. It's the visible, right?
It's, yes.
Visible entrance.
And it also means that you're going to push your building up to it. Maybe you just
Correct.
have an entrance to your parking lot and you have your
Yes.
parking behind it
That's
so
right.
that you have, your
Don't you remember
building.
that
on the
was the
street.
whole idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, the street.
Walkable.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of create more fabric. I mean, we can probably make it less prescriptive, and I think that we need to remove I don't think we should encourage parking as a use on Estero Boulevard. It's certainly not the highest and best use or beneficial to the community,
So maybe we
but
say
it's
that.
needed.
Maybe we say
Yeah.
that we don't encourage it
Yeah. But I
as a
do think
primary use.
we
but
need
it certainly is needed,
at least
yes.
for the time.
Yeah.
We either need it or we need an alternative that's on San Carlos Island
Yep.
with a free
And-
taxi.
And people park right in front of a building to
Right.
access, so forget that. They won't use it.
I don't know.
I mean, people would use it if it was a ride
Yeah.
or if it
Mario,
was a
I
fun
want you to
thing.
make sure as you go through this that, like I'm just noticing it here and I noticed it a couple other places. Myers is just Myers. Like here in policy CD1G1, you've got Myers Meyers.
Fort Myers.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Fort is spelled out.
and what?
Fort is spelled out.
Yes. Fort,
It's
Fort. Okay, I just moved to the bottom of page 88. Oh, here we are with the entry gateways.
Yep.
Create Estero Boulevard gateways or entry features. This is going to be handled by the county and FDOT. Streetscape, commercial streetscape. I love all of these things. I don't know how much control we have over it.
Landscaping, you guys.
Yeah, but we like it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
We have control over it in setbacks, right? We allow-
True. And so we leave it? The entry gateway,
Yeah, I don't.
well, you know what? The town's going to participate in that, so maybe we leave that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go on. Landscape features. Identify potential
Okay, wait a
mechanisms.
minute. Commercial streetscape offering 12-foot wide sidewalks? I don't think that's going to happen.
For the new
Up to.
Okay. Ensuring sidewalks are 6 feet wide in residential and up to 12, oh, up to, okay. All right.
Sarah, do we have a residential streetscape and landscape plan in the LDC? I don't remember.
We do not. We
This-
have talked about sidewalks, we have talked about street trees, and most of the neighborhoods are not in favor of having anything done. I mean, that's what we ran into when we've sort of recommended sidewalks.
Was that pre-Ian?
That was pre-Ian,
So,
so
Wouldn't it be
Now-
nice
Who
to have
knows?
palm trees all the way up and down the street?
didn't you just say something
Or-
about native plants?
Palm trees are native plants.
or
Some
sh-
of them
or
are,
shade
some of them
trees.
aren't.
There are lots
Shade
of
trees.
lovely shade
Yes.
trees.
Let's make
love
them
shade trees.
foxtails so that they drop on their own and we don't have to,
Oh, let's make them shade trees.
let's have palm trees.
Okay.
We could do
So,
both. We could hire a landscape architect who could design it.
Yeah.
The town would appreciate.
it's a great idea.
another
probably find a landscape architect who would volunteer their services in the rebirth of Fort Myers Beach. Okay, so we can move on. A lot of this is repetitious from other sections. Most of it is, in fact, conservation element. So they've it's stricken the original, and now it says maintain and improve the town of Fort Myers beaches, coastal resources with ongoing commitment through regulations, education, land acquisition. I like that that's still in there, and preservation, evaluation programs, and for cooperation with the federal and county governments and related agencies.
Are we on the conservation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
93.
Oh, yeah. You said you wanted to get through this. We're going to. I think that's very nice.
I'm on page 97.
Well, you're way ahead.
I know.
You know, to me, the conservation element is very important. It's very important. So, Mario, I'm just going to tell you, when you reread this or whatever, if there's anything that you feel loosens, that we're, that kind of lets up, doesn't enforce or strengthen the goal of conservation,
I could do so. For the most part, this was language already existing in your code.
Yes.
That was
Yeah.
just transferred
yes,
to another
I
code.
see.
That was
Yes,
reworked,
yes, I
yeah.
see that. So, purchase 16,000 acres for Estero Bay Preserve. Actively encourage the purchase of the full 16,000 mainland acres adjoining Estero Bay to become an expanded Estero Bay State Buffer Preserve. I have to tell you, I don't remember this, and it's original, and I don't think we have ever talked about this. Maybe early on, Marine Resource Task Force might have, because they were very Estero Bay oriented. I don't remember this, but is that property even available? Is it? I have no idea. Is this a policy we leave in?
That whole mainland area is,
Got to be wetlands.
it's, well, I mean, part of it is where salt leaf is being developed. Part of it is where they're changing the docks and taking some of the, where the shrimp boats are,
Right.
right? I don't know that it's under our control at all.
Oh, yes.
I would highlight
Not.
that, and that's a policy decision for the town council, I think, to leave in or not. What do you all think? Do you agree?
I'm fine with that.
Well, it says Estero Bay State Buffer Reserve, so it'd be a state purchase, right?
Yeah. And as the state's looking to, I don't know that will happen. Do the Friends of Matanzas Past Preserve still exist? Anybody know? They were a very active group. That was Tom Meyer's group. Okay, I am moving on to,
There's a
Yes?
policy 1C-4 dredging tidal canals.
That's my next
Yes.
one was on page 97.
yep,
That says that we prohibit it.
of additional tidal canals is prohibited. Tidal canals. Well, they're all tidal
all
canals,
tidal.
aren't they?
And there will need to be dredging with some houses
yeah.
back there at
Yes.
some point, sooner or later, so I think we need to
Yeah.
change that.
Sarah?
I think, this says dredging of additional tidal canals, so it's not saying.
Oh,
you
if we can't make new canals.
Yeah, you can maintain your canals, you're not supposed to make new
yeah,
canals.
additional,
Just-
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
never
Good
mind.
word.
okay.
Okay.
No permits for septic tanks, thank goodness.
Yeah.
I don't have, I didn't have anything highlighted in this section. Did anybody else?
Nope.
No.
Okay. All right, so let's go on to. Wastewater, didn't have anything there. And. Wow, this is maybe it, huh? I'm just going on, going on. That's it. That's it. We've gone through it all. Does anybody have anything that they want to back up to, or that
So
we glossed over that you want more detail on?
was dune walkover structures always in the policy?
Yes,
Okay.
at least that I remember. Sarah, yeah, yeah. Mario, is there anything that you need for us to further clarify for you?
No, I think I've captured everything. Do you want me to double check with you and then you check? I check through you. Did I send it to you?
So my thought is, if you guys are comfortable with it, Nancy, would this be a recommendation to council with a vote?
Okay, so there's going to be multiple changes to the final document. And they would, yes, it would be a recommendation. However, we're going to need time to go through each line. The SB 250 issue is of concern.
Okay.
And then, yes, it would go to council for.
So we should have a vote to recommend this be forwarded to the council upon your review.
Yes, well, we're going to review it anyway, to be honest with you.
You don't need it to come back to us.
No.
Okay.
No.
So would somebody want to make that motion?
I'll motion for the comprehensive plan review that was presented today be forwarded to the town council after the three of you go over the corrections
And
that we have
edits.
requested. Yeah.
With our comments and corrections?
Yeah, comments and corrections.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
May I motion to adjourn, please?
Wait, I had something to bring up. Hold on one second.